Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We welcome you to our public hearing meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The acting chief executive officer, county council, executive officer, and the sergeant at arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by the Reverend Dr. Lois Sloan Goben, First Christian Church from the 5th District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Nathan R. Dominguez, Staff Sergeant, United States Marine Corps from the 1st District. If you are able, please stand.
I begin by saying I also serve a food pantry in the San Fernando Valley, North Hollywood Interfaith Food Pantry, that is supported by Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and people of no faith. But we are all people of faith when it comes to how we care for one another. And at no time in our history has it been more important than for us to hear one another's voices, to care, to respond with compassion, with grace, with love, and always understanding we're the lucky ones. We're standing here in this room. And so, may the part of us that still flinches at cruelty refuse to die. May our tenderness stay loud, our mercy stubborn. And may we know deep in our bones that we are worth more than the world's numbness. May we love this world enough to keep caring and love ourselves enough to stop letting it trample our conscience. And when despair comes knocking, may it find us still conspiring together with mercy. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in thanking the Reverend Louise Sloan Goben for leading us in this morning's invocation. And I told her she was going to be setting the tone for this board meeting, and I think you said it very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's give her a... Reverend Goben has been in the ordained ministry of the Christian Church, Disciples of Christ, for nearly 40 years. After retiring as a minister at the First Christian Church of North Hollywood, she became the chair of the Board of Directors of the North Hollywood Interfaith Food Pantry. The North Hollywood Interfaith Food Pantry began in the 1980s, led by a group of women representing 5 Jewish and Christian congregations in the East San Gabriel Valley as an effort to combat hunger, something that we are all talking about to this day. Since their inception, they have remained dedicated to welcoming, supporting, and feeding those who are food and nutrition insecure, valuing the essential dignity of each person who comes to the door, as well as the volunteers who choose to serve the community. The North Hollywood Interfaith Food Pantry remains a volunteer-based coalition of faith-based organizations, schools, community stakeholders, and neighbors who distribute food every Monday and Friday, 52 weeks a year. Reverend Goben, thank you for leading us in the invocation and for your meaningful and compassionate service that you continue to provide to our community each and every day. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Phenomenal. We needed that. Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. Today, I'm honored to recognize Staff Sergeant Nathan R. Dominguez of the United States Marine Corps, who led us today with the Pledge of Allegiance. Staff Sergeant Dominguez currently serves as a staff non-commissioned officer in charge of recruiting in the 12th Marine Corps District, which includes East Los Angeles. Throughout his 15-year career, he has demonstrated unwavering commitment, exceptional discipline, and outstanding leadership. qualities that have defined both his service and his work here in our communities. Since enlisting in 2010, Staff Sergeant Dominguez has completed multiple deployments around the world, including service in Afghanistan, Australia, and Africa. His roles have spanned from team leader to squad leader, platoon sergeant, and company gunnery sergeant, each marked by professionalism, courage, and devotion to duty. His personal commendations, including the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal with a Gold Star and Combat Action Ribbon, stand as testament to his exemplary service. Here at home, Staff Sergeant Dominguez plays a vital role in recruiting and mentoring young people across East Los Angeles, helping them pursue pathways of leadership, education, and service through the United States Marine Corps. On behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County and the Board of Supervisors that we serve, we present you with the Certificate of Appreciation in recognition of your exceptional service, your leadership and dedication to our community and to our country. Thank you so much. Go Marines. Okay, thank you.
We are going to begin the board meeting with scroll presentations, and I'm going to begin, and I'm going to invite Judy Whitehurst up and Supervisor Hahn. There we go. It is both an honor and a privilege to celebrate the remarkable, and I say remarkable because I grew up in the county with you, career and retirement of Chief Deputy County Counsel Judy Whitehurst. Woo. Yeah. After 36 years of dedicated service to Los Angeles County, Judy is closing a chapter that has been defined by excellence, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Judy's journey began in 1989 at the county assessor's office, where she quickly rose through the ranks to become a supervising appraiser. While excelling in her day job, she pursued her law degree at night at Southwestern University School of Law, a testament to her determination and to her drive. In 1996, she was admitted to the California State Bar, and 3 years later, she joined County Counsel's office. Since then, Judy has been the principal legal advisor on some of the county's most complex and impactful issues. Her work has touched building and safety, the local agency formation commission, and the business relation and contracts division. She has provided trusted counsel to the assessor, auditor controller, executive office, chief executive office, and the registrar recorder, county clerk. Judy is recognized as an expert in the municipal sunshine laws, conflicts of interest, campaign finance, the Public Records Act, the Brown Act, and permissible political activities, all of which have touched us quite a bit. Her legal guidance has shaped the county's approach to taxes and budgets, including Measure H, the utility user tax, the hotel tax, the documentary transfer tax, and the dissolution of redevelopment agencies. More recently, she played a vital role in navigating federal relief efforts under the American Rescue Plan and the CARES Act. But Judy's legacy extends beyond her legal expertise. She is deeply respected by her colleagues and clients alike, not just for her brilliance, but for her grace, generosity, and her unwavering integrity. Outside of the office, Judy has made a lasting impact in her community. She proudly served as a Boy Scout leader for her son troop for the past 10 years. She has led Law Day for the Greater Los Angeles Scouting Organization. Through these efforts, she is teaching hundreds of scouts about the law, about county council, and the role public lawyers play in the county. helping them earn their law merit badge and inspiring our next generation. And when she's not shaping policy or mentoring youth, Judy is cultivating her garden, cooking up something delicious, and traveling with her incredible family. Judy, your career has been a master class in public service. You've left an incredible mark on this county, and we are better for having worked alongside you. And I say that because we started together, and I have never been more proud to see someone who has not only excelled, but is also retiring to really give back to the community, which I know you will do. As you step into retirement, may your days be filled with joy, adventure, and the same compassion that has defined your incredible journey. And now I'd like to ask Supervisor Hahn to say a few words.
Okay.
Are you moving me over?
I would never do that, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. There's so much I learned about you right in the last 2 days of your career here at Los Angeles County. I thought you were just the calm blonde back in closed session. But one of the things I love about you, of course, is you've been a longtime resident of my district. Yes. And you've been a trusted advisor with our county council office. And Supervisor Barger really touted so many of your accomplishments and achievements and highlights. Your leadership has been exceptional, culminating in your role as Chief Deputy County Counsel, helping to oversee the office, supporting our board with wisdom, professionalism, and, as was said, unwavering integrity. One of your greatest accomplishments was your assistance in establishing the Registrar Recorder County Clerk's collection of documentary transfer taxes when corporations changed hands. Judy fought for the enforcement for collection of this tax, which has generated almost $30 million for the County of Los Angeles. And $130 million for cities within the county, $85 million of which was collected for the city of Los Angeles alone. They have a lot to thank you for. Your unwavering pursuit of this tax paved the way for other counties and cities throughout the state to begin collecting these taxes, these funds. Your dedication, Judy, has strengthened our county and the cities that we serve. Thank you for your commitment to serve the public for 36 years, and thank you to your family for sharing this wonderful woman with us all these years. I will miss you. I will miss your guidance, but I will really miss your heirloom tomatoes. Judy would regularly slip them to me when I least expected them, and I have enjoyed them beyond measure, but I know you live close by, and I hope we can continue that relationship. So as a small token of my gratitude, I took a photo of one of your, apologies to the real photographers in the room, I took a photo of one of your tomatoes, and I put it on canvas, and I want, look at this tomato. Look at that tomato. What a nice idea. Is that really? Yeah, that is one of her tomatoes. It really wasn't that big. I enlarged it, but it could have been. So thank you for all your contributions. Yep. We love you. We will miss you. And we wish you rest and happiness and peace in your retirement.
Thank you so much. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Hahn and all the other supervisors. I've worked with so many of you for many, many years, and your staff, a lot longer, some of them. And in the 4th District, where I moved 40 years ago from a little girl from New Hampshire, moved to the 4th District. So special thanks to my husband and my son, my husband of 33 years, and Paul and Brandon, who put up with long hours, and so thank you for that. And I also want to thank Jeff Prang, who is here somewhere. There he is, Jeff.
Something for you.
I have incredibly fond memories and I'm admiration for the assessor's office. I worked there almost 9 years. It was an amazing experience. And when I think about my experience there or my experience in county council, I just think of how incredible it is to work for the county. Where can you get the experience that I've had? I mean, for all of us, it's an amazing place to work. I started with the assessor's office as an appraiser trainee, and I think it was 1988, but maybe it was John Lynch. John Lynch was the assessor. Wow. I was a trainee, appraiser trainee in the basement of this building. And not long after that, they allowed me opportunities to do some training in commercial properties. And before you know it, I was in major properties, and I was appraising many of the buildings in downtown LA, except not the gas company tower.
Thank you. Thank you.
I never set foot in the gas company tower.
I'm not set foot there either.
And then after I did that, I started working. I was going to law school in the evenings, and I started working on appraising oil refineries.
Oh, wow.
Go figure. Had many oil refinery cases. And that gave me the opportunity to meet people in county council, because we also use county council attorneys. And that's when I came up to county council, and it's been an amazing experience since. I mean, I honestly, I can't say where you would get the same experience in any other government law office than county council. I've handled class actions myself, one of which was an assessor. My first one was an assessor one. I've had more election writs than I can even count. I'm probably the only county council that has done a quo warranto case, which is very arcane, and it related to term limits. You're welcome.
Thank you. They have no term limits.
Yes.
They have no term limits.
And but more than that, I think it's the people. I've worked with like all these wonderful people, incredibly sharp, smart, dedicated. It's an amazing office to work for. And then in addition to that, the talent from our office, they go and become judges and commissioners, and the interim executive officer, Mr. Joe Nikita, and Eddie Yen is our executive office of the board, and Nicole Davis-Tinkham was the interim public defender. That's right. Brandon Nichols is the director of DCFS. And there are many more in departments all over the county as chief deputies. It's an incredible place to live. I mean, well, I lived here.
You basically live there.
To work. I'm going to miss the people most. Dawn Harrison is incredible. She's an incredible leader and a lawyer and an incredible person. And I'm so thankful to her. She is truly the best. So I'm going to miss the county, but I am very happy to retire. I'm excited.
I know. I can see it in your face.
I'm super excited. I want to have a lot of fun with my family, and I'll be looking at you guys from afar and keeping track and wishing you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm not the chair, but...
Thank you for this rare privilege as assessor to be able to present a scroll at this board meeting. I'm really thrilled to be here to honor my good friend Judy Whitehurst. These retirements are always really very difficult, because at one point you can't help but want to celebrate somebody for a long and storied career. At the same time, it's really difficult to lose somebody who has got such a wealth of knowledge, who's been such a fundamentally important part of the county operations. She's retired with almost 37 years of experience, although I'm reliably told that you're not really good at this job until you've hit 38 years. But we will never really know. But but I'm really proud to, as the head of the department where Judy spent nine years, I'll tell you how grateful I am as a department head to have county council who actually begins by fundamentally understanding what it is that I'm talking about when I call in. And I'm always grateful that she was always available, and I've never had an opportunity to speak with Judy where she did not give me wise counsel and good advice that I had confidence in was the right thing. So, congratulations, Judy, to you and your family on this great moment. Thank you for all your service to the county.
Oh, Sam. We can move out for the fist the whole board. Yeah. All right. I am honored to have some very, very, very special guests with us this morning to celebrate Native American Heritage Month. To get us started, I'd like to invite the Fernando Tatavian Band of Mission Indians Vice President Mark Villaseñor, who also serves as our Commission Vice Chair, to provide us with a welcome song.
Hello, everyone. In our tradition, we always like to welcome everybody with a song, and this song that we sing is Paco Kema. Paco means enter, and Kema means come, and it means come be with us. We'd celebrate by thanking everybody that came with us from village to village, travelers, people on trek. We'd welcome them with this song. Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Menai Kema, Menai Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Menai Kema, Menai Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Menai Kema, Menai Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Paco Kema, Menai Kema, Menai Kema, we
Thank you very much. thank you for providing that beautiful song and setting such a lovely tone for this presentation. Each year, the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission selects a theme for Native American Heritage Month. This year's theme is Firekeepers, honoring tribal firefighters, indigenous stewardship, and future ancestors. I cannot think of a more fitting theme to acknowledge all Los Angeles County has endured and overcome in 2025. The Eaton and Palisades fires swept through our communities in January and made history for their scale and for their destruction. Our Los Angeles County Fire Department leaned on the incredible generosity of other fire departments from across North America to offer mutual aid when they needed it most. Among those fire departments were 15 tribal nations. These teams came from all over California, Oregon, and Arizona to lend a helping hand and to protect our communities. Today, I'm proud to honor and thank all of these tribal nations for their generosity, solidarity, and for their bravery. All their names are displayed on one of the slides rotating behind me, and you can see just how many tribal nations rushed to Los Angeles County to lend their support near and far. They stood united with local, state, and federal partners committed to safeguarding homes, loved ones, neighborhoods, and our sacred land. I am honored and grateful this morning to be joined by some of these incredible tribal nations. The Barona Band of Mission Indians, represented by Vice Chairwoman Beth Glasgow and Fire Chief Ken Kremensky. Can you raise your hand? Right here. The Yuhavetam of San Manuel Nation, represented by Fire Chief Keith Alexander. And the Yoka Dehe Winton Nation, represented by Fire Chief Sean Kenny. We are also joined by local leaders from our own commission. Chair Sean Inmate's Dog, Vice Chair Mark Villasenor, Commissioner Rich Toyin, my 5th District appointee, Commissioner Dr. Andrea Garcia, Commissioner Vivian Garcia, Commissioner John Only a Chief, and Executive Director Alexandra Valdez. Thank you all for what you've invested in our communities. Over the past few years, Los Angeles County has taken steps to create a stronger partnership with local tribes and the American Indian and Alaska Native community, including formally celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day, collaborating with local tribes to create an inclusive and meaningful land acknowledgement, something that we do each and every meeting, whether it be at this Board of Supervisors or any of our commission meetings, working with local tribes to create a thoughtful and thorough harms report, and ensuring we incorporate the Native community throughout our work at the county by providing funding to develop the tribal consultation policy. But these efforts are just a start. The relationship between the county and tribes continues to grow. In January, tribes came to our aid in our time of need. It's not just a sign of generosity and partnership, but of their belief in co-stewarding this land. Our shared future necessitates partnership. For generations, Native peoples have cared for these lands using place-based stewardship practices that honor and respect the natural environment, including cultural burns and traditional methods of renewal to sustain balance and resilience. Their wisdom and leadership continue to guide us toward a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the land that we all share. As we rebuild from the devastation of these fires, there is a tremendous opportunity for us to come together once again. It's an invitation for us to honor the lessons of our Native partners, to protect our shared environment, and to ensure that future generations inherit a stronger, more resilient Los Angeles County. I know I look forward to continued work that we have together. With deep gratitude, I present the scrolls that are behind me to you as a symbol of thanks and hope and the continued collaboration moving forward. I'd now like to turn it over to our Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to share a few words, followed by Chief Kreminski, Chief Alexander, and Chief Kenny. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So good morning. As Fire Chief, it's my honor to be here today to recognize the bravery and service of the firefighters from 14 tribal nations, including the Yuhavi Atam of San Manuel Nation and the Barona Band of Mission Indians, as I extend my deepest gratitude to their tribal governments for deploying them last January to battle the Los Angeles wildfires. Thank you for being here for us in our greatest time of need, Chief Alexander, Kreminski, and Kenny. Never in my 39 years in the fire service have I seen fire behavior like what we experienced last January. Overwhelmed and outpaced, firefighters battled multiple wildfires fueled by hurricane-force winds, but they never gave up. As we continue to recover and rebuild, we must ensure we are responsive to the evolving impacts of climate change, and as we move forward, we will continue to learn, act, and improve to meet future challenges. Because we have removed fire from our natural environment and no longer allow fire to propagate naturally through the hills, we must learn the fire management practices of the California Native American tribes. It is imperative that we adapt and build fire-wise communities where forests and fuels are managed more effectively. Again, on behalf of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, I want to thank you for standing shoulder to shoulder with our brave personnel to protect Los Angeles County and its residents.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the County Board of Supervisors, Chief Mahoney, for this presentation. The Barona Band of Mission Indians, we love to serve the community, our own community, as well as the communities around us. We're fortunate to live in California, where the best, most popular mutual aid operation in the fire service in the world. So we come together in these large fires. In 2003, we had the Cedar Fire in Barona in San Diego County, as well as 2007, the Witch Fire. And the County of LA came and assisted us there. So it's great pleasure that we can come and assist LA County, as well as all the counties and tribes in California. Thank you very much.
Good morning. On behalf of the Ahaviatam of San Manuel Nation and the San Manuel Fire Department, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for their recognition in our efforts during the recent LA County wildfires. Your acknowledgement not only honors the dedication of our firefighters and emergency personnel, but also uplifts the spirit of the nation, whose values of service and stewardship guide us in these times of crisis. Responding to these devastating wildfires was a collective effort, and we're proud to stand alongside LA County, protecting the lives, communities, and land that we all cherish. We deeply appreciate the board's leadership and commitment to fostering collaboration across the agencies and communities. Together, we will continue to strengthen our resilience and ensure that future generations inherit a safer, stronger LA County and California. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to be the least polished speaker you see here today, so we'll get this over with. I represent the Yocha-Dihi Wintun Nation, and having not prepared for this, I was trying to prepare while I was sitting here, but a few of the things I heard today, you were talking community, we're talking values, and then we're talking tribal nations who have always been here. And it's been very, very exciting for me representing Northern California and what my tribe has gone through to try to rebuild their community, to serve their community. And really what we do representing the tribal nations, the fire departments throughout California is, we call it the greater community. This is our opportunity to get out and contribute and to work each other. We've always been there, but the recognition, and thank you very much for this, is amazing to see and very appreciated by my leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do a picture. I want to invite Supervisor Horvath up because Supervisor Horvath, as you know, represents the Palisades, which also was impacted, and I'm sure many of your firefighters helped over there. So we'll come up here and take a picture. Come on. Come on. Don't be shy now.
They're firefighters. They're not shy.
Get in here. Supervisor Solis.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. I'm excited that all of you could join us here today to help us honor and celebrate Los Angeles Trade Technical College, known as LATTC, which is celebrating their 100th anniversary this year. Let's give them a big round of applause. Woo! I want to thank President Alfred McQuarters and his team for joining us here today on behalf of LATTC. The idea of LATTC first began following World War I. Wow. A vital time in this county's history when community, businesses, and labor leaders recognized the growing demand for skilled workers. They convened to discuss a vocational training hub, and from those discussions, LATTC was born back in 1925. Since then, for a century, LATTC has served as an essential community institution, preparing thousands and thousands of people from all walks of life with the skills and training needed to begin or advance their careers. In fact, LATTC was one of the founding 9 colleges in the Los Angeles Community College District, or LACCD, in 1969. And I want to thank the representatives from the district for them coming here and joining us today. Thank you so much for being here and honoring us as well. Throughout the years, the college has established and continued a strong foundation of career and technical education focused around guided pathways. In fact, I still remember fondly when I was serving as Secretary of Labor under Barack Obama, I visited LATTC as part of an initiative highlighting job training centers and educational institutions. I was so impressed by the work happening on the campus and was able to connect them to grant opportunities to support their apprenticeship and workforce development programs. My long partnership continued during my time as County Board of Supervisor, and I've been happy to partner with them on community grants to sponsor a number of their cohorts. And now they have more than 80 career technical programs, moving students into careers beyond just 2 years, but into much more. They also prepare students to transfer to 4-year college programs with established partners with the California State University and the University of California Systems. And they have been especially important in helping our communities of color to find those necessary resources so that they could thrive. In fact, there are nearly 23,000 students currently enrolled. Almost 70% are of Latino descent and 14% are Black African American. And they are a nationally recognized Hispanic serving institution and also recognized by the state as a Black serving institution. Recognizing their diverse student body, LATTC and LACCD both continue to champion equity, student success, and community-focused partnerships to expand opportunities for all of their students. This work is more important than ever, and I am so proud and honored to recognize and celebrate their century of accomplishments. I look forward to the next 100 years. Congratulations again, President McQuarters, Chancellor Roman, and Board President Lino. And I can't wait to see what you all have in store for the next 100 years. And I would like to present to you with this scroll in recognizing you for your historic milestone. And congratulations on another 100 years. But he's gonna speak too. The mic is yours.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of Los Angeles Trade Technical College, I want to thank you for this tremendous honor. Today's recognition celebrates far more than a milestone. It celebrates a century of opportunity. For 100 years, Trade Tech has stood at the heart of Los Angeles as a leader in workforce training and education, preparing generations of students to build our city, fuel our industries, and strengthen our communities. We could not do this work without the help and support of the county, our industry partners, our labor unions, our dedicated faculty, staff, administrators, and most importantly, our students, whose talents and ambitions continue to inspire us each and every day. As we begin our next century, we remain committed to expanding pathways into good careers, uplifting underserved communities, and ensuring that Los Angeles County has the skilled workforce it needs for the future. Again, thank you for recognizing this legacy and for your continued partnership. We are proud to serve Los Angeles County today and for the next 100 years. Thank you.
We'll take a photo right in the front. Come and join us.
Now Supervisor Mitchell.
Supervisor Solis said, we're celebrating today. I said, yes, Supervisor, it's a party in the boardroom today. It's a party. Hello, Los Angeles County. Oh my goodness. Hello. Let's try again. Hello, LA County.
Hello.
Woo, geez, come on. I said it was a party. So why is it a party? Because it's somebody's 50th birthday. I want to, and they say 50 is the new 30. I certainly hope that's the case. Congratulations to St. Joseph Center on 50 years of service. Please give them a round of applause. Because service in the service sector ain't easy. I've been there, I fully recognize that. And so today I have the privilege of recognizing Dr. Ryan Smith, whose continued leadership and dedication have guided St. Joseph Center in its crucial mission to provide vital services and tools through housing, outreach, mental health, and education workforce development programs. And Dr. Smith, your vision and commitment and that of your board of directors, represented today by your board chair, Judge Karen Goff, remind us of the power of collaboration and the transformative impact it can have on all of our lives. Over the years, I've had the privilege of partnering with St. Joseph Center, and we've developed a strong and meaningful partnership. Just last month, I was reminded of the extraordinary work being done by St. Joseph's when I was joined by our councilwoman from the Great Tent, Councilwoman Heather Hutt, at the one-year anniversary of La Ramona, one of the new family interim housing sites in our county rehousing system. We saw firsthand how St. Joseph Center took a place that was once a site associated with human trafficking and other challenges and completely transformed La Ramona into a safe, dignified, nurturing community for families who are rebuilding their lives. This transformation was made possible through Project Home Key funding, with over $6 million invested to convert the former Ramona Motel into 19 units of family-focused interim housing. It reflects this strong partnership between the state of California, the County of LA, and our nonprofit sector, St. Joseph's. And so I'm proud that the 2nd District has 11 home key sites across our district, including in the cities of Redondo Beach, Compton, I see you, Mayor Sharif, and the city of Los Angeles, as well as unincorporated communities. We have a total of 530 units, 417 permanent and 115 interim for individuals, youth, and families. St. Joseph Center models collaboration across sectors. Their partnership with HOPICS and the Coalition for Responsible Community Redevelopment has shown how successful transitional housing can be for families. And the results speak for themselves. In just 1 year, nearly 90% of families who exited La Ramona successfully transitioned into permanent housing. That achievement underscores what is possible when service, compassion, and coordination comes together. At the celebration, you're seeing some of the images, I think, on the screen behind me. We heard directly from participants whose lives have been changed. Families shared how they access employment training, therapy, child care, and financial empowerment programs, resources that will help them build lasting independence and opportunity. The project demonstrates how partnership and shared purpose can disrupt cycles of exploitation, homelessness, transforming a space once used for harm into one that fosters safety, dignity, and belonging. And so together with our community, city, and county partners, we're providing that collaboration and we're proving that collaboration and compassion can transform lives in neighborhoods, offering families not just housing, but hope and a future. I'd also like to recognize the hardworking staff at St. Joseph Center. The work that you all do every day to support our unhoused family, friends, and neighbors strengthens our community, and it doesn't go unnoticed, and I want you to know that. Your compassion, resilience, and day-to-day efforts are the backbone of everything we do, And none of our progress here at the county would be possible without the dedicated staff of our community-based organization partnerships. So looking ahead, I'm excited to continue to collaborate with St. Joseph Center as well as the council member's office. Once again, congratulations on 50 years of service. To Dr. Smith, your board, for true partnership and unwavering dedication. I'd like to ask Councilmember Heather Hutt from the Great 10th to say a few words. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mitchell, for inviting me to just drop the mic.
Yes. Mic drop moment.
Oh, Lord. For inviting me to talk about a partnership and a progressive, life-changing experience in the 10th District. I'm here to recognize St. Joseph's for 50 years of work that you have done in the community. A party for sure that we had just last month to honor the work, the vision, and the community at La Ramona. For decades, St. Joseph Center has been a foundational pillar of hope. Their legacy is built on the unwavering belief that everyone deserves safety, dignity, and a clear path forward. They've been the steady force working at the intersection of some of the most critical challenges we face in our city: housing instability, hunger, and the healing required to break cycles of harm. Under Dr. Smith's direction, the center's not just adapted to the changing needs of our city, but has innovated relentlessly. Dr. Smith understands that addressing homelessness requires a circle approach, one that combines safe housing with rigorous specialized programs. This includes their essential leadership in the coordinated entry system for families on the West Side, their commitment to sustained support through permanent supportive housing, and their success in quickly restoring stability through rapid rehousing initiatives. These comprehensive services, from mental health support and job training to targeted assistance for survivors of domestic violence, are the true power behind St. Joseph's work. But that's not it. That's not all. The services that you provide are amazing.
Would you escort her out if she's not going to be quiet, please? Excuse me.
First of all, La Ramona on Jefferson was once upon a time not the location that it is today. People were afraid to walk by it. People were afraid that it was going to be unsafe for their children or even for their dogs. When the neighborhood council members came up to me before we had the grand opening or the anniversary party, and at the event, to tell me how happy they were that you were there, to let me know that the neighbors feel safe, grandma feels safe, that children feel safe walking by, that's not just a testament to you, that's a testament to your whole staff. And so I'm here to let you know that the neighbors said they're glad you're there, that you're an asset to the community. Sometimes people are afraid when there's any kind of rehousing in their area, especially neighborhood councils. And in the 10th District, most of them are really busy. They don't mind calling and complaining. But they didn't have any complaints about what's happening at La Ramona. They are happy about what it is, and that's the difference that you're making. In this community, when we find something that we can be proud of, we gotta holler about it. And so I'm here to talk about it, I'm here to holler about it, and I'm here to celebrate with you. Thank you so much for allowing me to come and let you know that the neighbors are glad you're there. And sometimes you don't get to hear that part. So the second thing I wanna say that's good is that the faces on the adults and children that are there on their journey to a successful pathway are delightful. They look different. Remember, I came when you first only had 2 people there, and they were scared. They were afraid, is this gonna help me or is this gonna hurt me? And then when you see them today, they look happy. They look like this is what success looks like. This looks like my future will be bright. So thank you for giving them that. And I want to thank everyone here for all your gifts that you give to our community. Because this is a labor of love, I know that. To work in that space to transform people, and that's what you're doing. So thank you. I want to give you your flowers. Roger? Oh, somebody. I bought a certificate too. It's a little smaller. But the city is smaller than the county. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. I appreciate you.
Well, first, I want to thank the entire Board of Supervisors and on this day, Board Supervisor Holly Mitchell, Councilwoman Heather Hutt. We were really excited when we opened La Ramona, which was our first fully operated and owned family shelter in LA County. We could not have done that without the support of our friends at the state, our amazing partners like Supervisor Holly Mitchell and others at the County Board of Supervisors, and our amazing city partners as well. Today, we are celebrating our 50th anniversary doing the good work. And I'm excited about that for two reasons. One, we were founded by an amazing group of women, sisters who were committed to going to the four corners of LA County and uplift their fellow neighbors. Oh, and by the way, when I say sisters, I mean nuns. And these amazing nuns, 50 years ago, opened up a storefront on Rose Avenue on the heart of the West Side in Venice. They bought a red truck, and they began to support immigrant families in their communities. And from their vision of uplifting our fellow neighbor with dignity and pride and ensuring that everyone has a place to come home, St. Joseph Center now supports 15,000 people annually through housing and outreach and mental health and education efforts. And we're lucky to partner with folks like Supervisor Holly Mitchell on the south side of Los Angeles and our amazing partner in Supervisor Lindsay Horvath on the west side of Los Angeles and others throughout LA County. The second I'm really happy and excited, second reason I'm happy and excited to celebrate today is because this could not happen without the amazing women and people and men that you see behind me, the amazing staff at St. Joseph Center. You are witnessing case managers who give of themselves every day, outreach workers who were some of the first respondents during the Palisades fire, helping people who are experiencing homelessness. You are seeing our amazing staff that work within interim and permanent supportive housing sites. Because of their work and their creativity, we have programs for seniors like Chicken and Waffle Wednesdays that my amazing colleague has created, but ensuring that we are bringing people throughout LA County to end this humanitarian crisis in this generation. And lastly, I will say this. This is a love letter to all people who are working in homeless services. There are a perfect storm of events that are taking place today. We are literally fighting every day just to put food on the tables of folks who are housing unstable. We are ensuring that even as we see resources challenged, that we continue to bring people inside. And someone who was wise sat me down and said, make sure you rest, but please don't quit. And I think our 50th anniversary shows that as an organization, we will continue to fight for our next 50 years, and we ask you to do the same until everybody in LA County has a place to call home. Thank you all.
Congratulations. Thank you. Everybody step forward and take a picture.
Thank you all. Now Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. I see so many people coming up who are just making the holidays that much brighter for so many people and have been doing extraordinary work. It is truly a privilege to honor the remarkable organizations whose compassion, leadership, and relentless commitment have kept our communities nourished during an incredibly difficult time. When SNAP benefits were disrupted, families across Los Angeles County were suddenly faced with uncertainty about how they would feed their children. Each of you stepped in and stepped up with urgency and resolve to do everything that you could to ensure no Angelino went hungry. MEND, rooted in Pacoima, expanded its operations immediately, meeting skyrocketing demand with dignity and with care. They showed our communities that help would be there the moment it was needed. Food Forward activated its county-wide network, rescuing fresh produce at an extraordinary scale and getting it straight into the hands of those who had nowhere else to turn. Their work transformed surplus into sustenance. North Valley Caring Services in North Hills enlarged its drive-through distributions and pantry services, ensuring that long lines never translated to long waits or lost hope. Project Angel Food mobilized its team to protect the well-being of people living with serious illnesses, delivering medically tailored meals, advocating for nutrition support, and making sure that no client was left behind, and bringing a little art and joy to the Hollywood neighborhood with a beautiful new mural. These organizations didn't simply distribute food. They upheld stability, possibility, and human dignity at a moment when so many families felt the ground shifting beneath them. Because of their leadership, families were reminded that our county sees them, that we value them, and we do this by standing with them when times are the hardest. Today, we recognize your service, and we thank you for your partnership. And we commit to walking with you as we continue to build a county where no one goes hungry. I want to acknowledge the LA Regional Food Bank as well, an extraordinary partner to the county and to each of the organizations represented here. Last month, the county was proud to invest $10 million to support the food bank, and this is support that strengthens smaller organizations' capacity to deliver nutritious food to residents across LA County. And it's critically important to recognize these smaller organizations at a time such as this, because they are often the most trusted spaces where people can go. Places where, especially this year, government has had a lot of trouble being able to offer credible and supportive care. These organizations have stepped in and been our hands and our hearts in communities that deserve them. To the LA Regional Food Bank, to MEND, Food Forward, North Valley Caring Services, and Project Angel Food, and so many others, and especially to each of your volunteers across the county, thank you. Your resolve in this extraordinarily difficult time has been nothing short of extraordinary. First, I would like to welcome up from MEND, Janet Maranaccio. I got it. Third time's the charm.
My name stumps everybody. Good morning, I'm Janet Maranaccio, CEO of MEND, Meet Each Need with Dignity. MEND started not as an inspiration to build a big, impactful organization. Rather, it was the quiet aspiration to simply help, to help people who were struggling. Now, almost 55 years later, we still hold true to that vision. I could talk at length about the numbers of people that we feed through our community nourishment program, but that really wouldn't tell the impact, the real impact on real people. The terror and fear that has repeatedly rippled through our community has been emotionally and psychologically devastating to the most vulnerable, most recently when the food benefits were suddenly cut off. For example, Kayla, a single mom of 2 boys, aged 6 and 12, didn't know what she was going to do to feed her kids. Then by happenstance, she found Mend, and now has some relief, some hope for her children. Supervisor Horvath, your support has helped ensure that we have enough food for our families' holiday meals, enough food to feed our unhoused neighbors, enough food to give people hope. Thank you for this acknowledgement of Mend's impact. In reality, it is all of us here today who make a difference. To each of the supervisors who've courageously faced this very unusual year with integrity and commitment to making things better, thank you. Congratulations to our colleagues and partners who are also being recognized. We are all essential threads in the safety net, and I'm honored to share this moment with each of you. Thank you.
Next, from Food Forward, we have Rick Namias.
Thank you for this honor, Supervisor Horvath. Over 16 years ago, I began Food Forward with the harvesting of 2 backyard fruit trees in the San Fernando Valley, which yielded 800 pounds of fresh citrus. Today, we recover and donate enough produce to feed over 300,000 people every single day, with nearly 2/3 of that going to residents of LA County through the support of our 250 hunger relief partners, several who I'm pleased to be with here today. In 2024, Food Forward gave LA County's food insecure neighbors more free produce than any other agency, food bank or otherwise, in the entire region. We did it with incredible efficiency, turning a $7.8 million cash budget into food valued at over $185 million, giving our average agency partner over $700,000 worth of free produce, allowing them to reinvest their precious dollars back into their core programs. Since starting our work in 2009, we stand at a grand total of over 600 million pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables rescued from many sources and distributed to communities across Los Angeles and 13 neighboring counties and 6 additional states when surplus allows. Your recognition is also about thousands of people, from truck drivers to pantry coordinators, volunteers, board members, and hundreds of produce donors who make this network of generosity and resilience possible. As the county's largest provider of free nutrient-dense food, we welcome opportunities to continue to work hand in hand with the county and continue to ensure Los Angeles, where abundance is shared, waste is eliminated, and every community has dignified access to the nourishment it deserves. On behalf of everyone at Food Forward, thank you for standing with us.
Next, from NVCS, we have Alicia Monroy.
Thank you. Sorry. Dad. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. North Valley Caring Services has been a beacon of light in the community since 1978 and continues to rise for any crisis. We were one of the 3 designated donation centers for the Palisades and Eaton fires. We worked with partners to deliver food to families afraid to leave their house from ice. And our food pantry served more than ever when the government was shut down and SNAP benefits were delayed. Our food pantry stems back to the need to feed families living in poverty in our breakfast and shower program. I stand here with volunteers from our homeless breakfast program, volunteer Danny Rathbone, my father, who has volunteered since 1992, who worked alongside Verna Porter, the founder, and Robert Delegadio, who at one time lived in his car in our safe parking program, who is connected to housing and who has now volunteered in that program for over 6 years now. The pandemic didn't stop them from volunteering. Being homeless didn't stop them from volunteering. Being 85 didn't stop him from volunteering. But what did stop them from volunteering is that last month our kitchen was shut down. The same kitchen that we've been serving our meals out of for 50 years, the church kitchen, was shut down for not being a commercial kitchen. We'll find a way to keep feeding, for sure. We'll work for the community and we'll work with the community. And so on behalf of North Valley Caring Services, the volunteers, Verna Porter, thank you.
And next, we'd like to welcome up Richard Ayub from Project Angel Food.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Project Angel Food is there before, during, and after a crisis. We were there for COVID, for the fires, and recently the SNAP crisis. So when we found out that 800 of our clients not only relied on our medically tailored meals, but also relied on SNAP, and it was shut down November 1st, we decided, even though we're not a food bank and we have nothing to do with SNAP, we bought $100 grocery gift cards for each and every one of them and delivered them within a week of finding out about this crisis. That's what we do. And I want to give you a response from one of our clients who called us. It was Jane. She said, "The meals are so much more varied and healthy than what I've been able to eat before. And today's bonus of grocery gift cards is just more than I know how to thank you for." And the lovely letter that accompanied it. "You have lifted a weary spirit. Everyone who has touched, thought of, or delivered or done anything about this food, God bless you most mightily." I am here joined by Brad Bessie, our Director of Communications and Talent, John Gordon, our Executive Chef, who has been with us for 31 years, Don McCauley, our Senior Director of Administration and Operations, who has been with us for 34 years. So I'm very grateful to have this team around me, and we're excited to announce to everyone here in the county, with the help of County Supervisor Horvath and the county, we will be opening a brand new kitchen that will be able to serve 3 times as many people, 4.5 million meals on December 16th. Thank you very much.
During my time as a supervisor, I've had the opportunity to volunteer with each of these organizations, and I can tell you, it isn't just the food that nourishes our communities. It is their volunteers, it is their care and compassion, it is their full investment of themselves that truly transforms our communities. So I thank all of you. And on behalf of Los Angeles County, we have some scrolls to present as well. We'll ask you to step forward for a photo. Thank you. Come step up.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And shout out to St. Joseph Center. We love you and happy birthday.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. Now, Supervisor Janice Hahn.
guys had to wait so long. Oh my God. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am really happy today to be recognizing someone who's had an enormous impact in my district and, dare I say, our region and the country, who is retiring after an extraordinary career, my friend Mario Cordero, who is retiring from his role as the Chief Executive Officer of the Port of Long Beach. Today, joining Mario, we have his family, his wife Gloria, his two children, Mario Jr. and Celine, and also we have Sharon Weissman and Steve Neal, harbor commissioners for the Port of Long Beach. Thank you for joining us today. I've been connected with this family for decades. Gloria and I were colleagues together at Southern California Edison in the 90s. And I feel like I followed Mario's daughter, Celine, in her various jobs in life. She's served in the highest echelons of city government, working for Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa at one point. So I love this family. But Mario's story is truly inspiring. The Los Angeles-born son of Mexican immigrants was the first in his family to attend college. And even though his father encouraged him to become an engineer, Mario followed his own calling, shaped by the activism of the early 1970s, and became a lawyer because he wanted to make a real difference in society. He earned his degree in political science from Cal State Long Beach, and later his law degree from Santa Clara University. Mario went on to practice law for more than 30 years, taught political science at Long Beach City College, continuing his commitment to young people and public education, all the while being an exceptional classical pianist. Long Beach has benefited from Mario's leadership for decades. He joined the board of harbor commissioners in 2003, where he served as a member, vice president, and president. While serving the Harbor Commission, Mario proposed the groundbreaking Green Port Policy, a commitment that helped shape the port into a national model for sustainability. In 2011, President Barack Obama appointed Mario to the Federal Maritime Commission. Ultimately, he served as the commission's chair, and as a member of Congress at the time, I got to swear him in for one of those terms, so that was really a big honor for me. Mario returned home in 2017. I returned home in 2016, and led the Port of Long Beach as the CEO. As CEO of the Port of Long Beach for the past 8 years, Mario has been a steady, visionary leader. He's helped guide one of our busiest ports in the world through the major growth, major challenges, and yes, even a global supply chain crisis, always with calm, wisdom, and collaboration. What has always stood out about Mario to me is your belief that a world-class port can also be a responsible neighbor to those who live in proximity to this port. You push forward cleaner equipment, cleaner trucks, and major environmental initiatives, proving that progress and sustainability can go hand in hand. And you never lost sight of the community. Mario made sure the port invested in workforce pathways and stayed connected to the people who live and work there. Thank you, Mario, for your integrity, your partnership, and your decades of service. You've left a lasting mark on Los Angeles and on Los Angeles County. We wish you all the best in your retirement, and we hope you finally get some time to relax with Gloria and enjoy the next chapter of your life. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Supervisor, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. Let me just say, I want to thank my wife of 51 years, who's always been by my side, and as I've always said publicly, she is my better three-fourths. Thank my children, Celine Maria Cordero and Mario Andres Cordero, who've gone on to had successes in their respective careers. And I want to also leave a message here for the Board of Supervisors and the public overall, and thanking the board for supporting the Port of Long Beach and the San Pedro Bay complex over the many years. And to my left, I have two commissioners who are able to be here, but I can represent, that is Commissioner Sharon Wiseman, Stephen Neal. I can represent that the 5 commissioners of Port of Long Beach, it's in their DNA, it's in their heart, that we don't just move cargo at the Port of Long Beach, we do it in a sustainable fashion, reducing emissions unlike any other port in the country, and in addition, giving back to the community. The Port of Long Beach gives more money back in sponsorships and community grants than any other port in the country. I can make that representation factual. So in essence, as I move to conclude my comments, it's not about me. I've been very fortunate to have a great staff. Here present is Eleanor Torres, who leads our strategic advocacy, and also, again, the beneficiary of the expertise that we have at the Port of Long Beach, but the commitment to make this port not only a port of commerce that's significant to this nation, but a port that gives back to the community and neighborhoods, and a port that will accomplish our goal of one day being a zero-emission port. Yes. And supervisors, as Supervisor Hahn referenced, she was there at one of my inaugurations. Also, Supervisor Solis, when she was Secretary of Labor, administered an oath when President Obama appointed me chairman. And so it's been a great legacy, so to speak, because of the people that I have surrounded myself, or I have surrounded with. And as to the Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for supporting the ports. And again, there is also the question about the environmental progress of this port. I think it's very clear that we have had tremendous progress in reducing harmful emissions. I appreciate your patience in letting us work through this. And also, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the proactive part that you played during the COVID crisis, the proactive part that you played during the supply chain crisis or disruption crisis. So with that, I just want to leave this by the talking point of what has made me is the great Port of Long Beach over the many years, and it's going to be left in very good hands. And my last commentary to the Board of Supervisors, as a Mexican-American born in Los Angeles, a son of immigrants from Mexico City, thank you for speaking on the injustices committed by this ICE policy. So with that, I'll leave that. And again, the Port of Long Beach just doesn't move cargo. We do it in a way that benefits this community and our neighborhoods. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. You know, I have been saying a phrase for as long as I can remember, probably 30 years. You have made what I have been saying for 30 years a reality, which is we can have good jobs and clean air. We can have both of them, and we don't have to choose. So thank you for that. And now on behalf of the 10 million residents of Los Angeles County, we wanted to present you this certificate with 3 whereases and a now therefore it be resolved. And you could read them when you get home. But thank you, Mario, for your years of dedicated service. We love you. We will miss you. I really believe you will leave the port in good hands, but there will be a hole without you there. So here, come accept this. Ooh. I know, right?
Thank you.
I didn't know she. Chair, my next presentation is coming. Slowly but surely.
It's okay.
We have Congresswoman Maxine Waters in the house.
Ah.
She's a surprise. She's a surprise visitor for this presentation. Come on up. Maxine, oh, you're a surprise visitor. I did not know you were coming. You got Penny? Oh, we got Jan Perry here.
Jan Perry. Jan Perry.
You guys
here.
come on over.
Jan.
Hi, Miss Emma Sharif.
Emma Sharif.
You look fab.
Yeah.
Okay, that's. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is my second presentation, and I'm honored to recognize the National Women's Political Caucus South Bay on its 50th anniversary. And standing with me on the dais are some pretty heavyweight women. First and foremost, Congresswoman Maxine Waters is here with us. Yay. I have Rolling Hills Councilmember B. Derringer, Compton Mayor Emma Sharif, former LA Councilmember and my colleague Jan Perry, Penny Trunell, Olivia Verrett, Ingrid Palmer, Chioma, yes, Abagwe, and Elka Warner. Warner, are you here, Elka? Oh, there you are, yes. So the NWPC South Bay was founded in 1974 at Del Conte's restaurant in Torrance and officially chartered in 1975. It all started when a group of determined South Bay women came together to address the need for greater representation, empowerment, and political participation. Among the pioneering founders was Penny Trunell, right here, who helped establish NWPC South Bay as one of California's earliest and most influential voices for women's political engagement. Penny's work continues to inspire generations of women committed to public service. But for me, the face currently of NWPC has always been President Dr. Carmen Estrada Shea. Under Carmen's longtime leadership, the organization has continued to expand its influence in getting South Bay women elected to office. Carmen and I and our families go way back. Way back. Way back. Carmen always reminds me about her parents walking precincts for my dad when he was running for office, and she remembers both of us tagging along and doing the same thing. You know, Senator Betty Carnett always said, you don't get elected in the South Bay unless you go through NWPC South Bay, and that is the truth.
And applause, please.
NWP South Bay remains at the forefront of women's advocacy, encouraging women to run for office, serve on commissions, and take active leadership roles to ensure that women's voices are heard at every level of government. And you know, it's really important because I think some of us who grew up, you know, there weren't as many women in elective office as our role models. It was mostly men. You look at this very county board of supervisor, and for so many years it was 5 men. I mean, my dad was one of them, but it was still 5 men for a very, very long time. And so what the NWPC has managed to do is encourage women to run, but also all the women who are in elective office serve as that role model that I really never had, and many women my age did not have growing up. So thank you to all of you who are here today. I'm going to turn it over to Carmen to say a few words, but thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much. I want to say I have to put my glasses on. Okay. The first thing is today it is especially meaningful to be recognized by the Board of Supervisors, made entirely of women. Give an applause. And of course, NWPC extends its deep gratitude to Supervisor Janice Hahn and Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who have done so many things in order to support us. And I remember in our early days with NWPC South Bay, Janice Hahn was in my living room and she says, I think I'm going to run for the Charter Commission. And so she declared that she was running for Charter Commission in my living room. And that's another one of the firsts with the Hahn family. So, and that was at an NWPC meeting. And so since then, we've supported her for City Council, U.S. Congress, LA County Supervisor, and Lieutenant Governor. The first Lieutenant Governor, if she had won, would have been Janice Hahn. Also, our chapter went to support South Bay resident and former Republican Jane Harmon, the Honorable Jane Harmon, who ran for Congress and later ran for California governor. And we were proud to endorse our own Janice Hahn for lieutenant governor. Through the years, we have helped these extraordinary women, many of them who are here today, through this half-century milestone. Mayor Emma Sharif, Congresswoman Waters, and of course, B. Derringer. With a small gathering of passionate women has grown into a transformative force, NWPC Southway continues its enduring mission to empower women to lead, to run, and to win. Thank you for this honor, and on with the next 50 years. And Maxine Waters, will you come and say a few words, please, because she's been part of us from the very beginning.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am delighted and pleased to be here with you today. Back when I first ran for office, I could not have imagined that there would be a county board of supervisors made up of all women.
I know.
That was just unheard of.
It was unheard of.
But I want you to know I'm a big supporter of Carmen Chase because she is a leader. And she has led in the South Bay, supporting women and making sure that we paid attention to every level of government. She's done a wonderful job. Give her a big round of applause. NWPC is extraordinarily important. When I first ran for office, I was running against the leadership, which was all men, and so we had to fight. But it was NWPC and the National Organization for Women who absolutely joined my campaign and helped to develop the kind of strategy that caused me to be elected to the California State Assembly, where I stayed for 14 years. And I'm so pleased and proud that NWPC was there for me. But it was a time when women were coming into their own. And I was working also at the national level with Gloria Steinem and Bella Abzug and Coretta Scott King and Dorothy Height and women who were saying, it's time. It is now time for women not only to run for office, but to be elected to office. Since that time, we have supported the NWPC, everything from equal pay for equal work. We have supported the right for women to control their bodies. We have controlled and advocated for women to be appointed to offices of all kind at every level of government. We have also worked very hard to see to it that CEOs are now controlling some major companies in this country. And so NWPC was early on understanding, and went out and looked for women and begged women to come and run. And women started to run. So NWPC, South Bay, I'm here today, no matter what's going on all over the city with all of the activity around Thanksgiving. It was important to be here to honor the work of NWPC and South Bay in particular.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Auntie Maxine. And remember when I was in Congress, Nancy Pelosi would always say, when women succeed, America succeeds.
That's right.
And that.
I do want to remind you that when Gloria ran for office here, there was so much opposition from some of the organized men, elected officials.
Gloria Molina.
I gave her her first $5,000.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
She came and she did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Thank you. But you
Say this on the microphone. Ms. Maxine.
let me thank Ms. Hahn because she could not help but be an elected official. It's in her blood. And of course, when I walked up the steps today to come to this room, I saw Kenneth Hahn's name up there. I knew Kenneth Hahn. I worked with him. He was accepting of me. I worked with her brother. I supported Janice. And I want you to know the Hahn dynasty is just so very important to politics in this city, in this county, and in this state. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. I'm glad I got that on the record. You know, behind the Han dynasty is a woman, my mother. She was behind us all. And you know, on the lieutenant governor's race, because of your work, even though we were running against Gavin Newsom, you still continue to work. And I think our badge of honor in that one is I beat him in LA County by 15 points. So let's just remember that. And
keep on working.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the LA County Board of Supervisors, the 10 million residents, we wanted to recognize the National Women's Political Caucus South Bay on your 50th anniversary.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, Penny Trinnell, thanks for going and having some drinks at Del Conte's restaurant in Torrance. This is what came of
Wow.
it. Okay?
See?
See, when women get together, things happen.
That's right. Everybody come out here. Let me help you up.
Okay, so you can get the picture.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go way back.
And we're going to continue to go forward.
We will. Thank you. Oh, so nice to see you. Miss Emma, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Executive Officer, we're going to get started with the board meeting. Will you please call the agenda?
We will begin on page 3, set matter 1, report by the acting chief executive officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. This item will be held for report. On page 4, public hearings, items 2 and 3. On item 3, Supervisor Horvath is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from Roger Pugliese, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. These matters will be held for hearing. On page 5, administrative matters, items 4, 5, 7A, and 7B. On items 7A and 7B, these are additions as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also, on item 7A, Supervisor Barger would like to abstain from the vote. On page 7, notices of closed session. Items CS1 through CS3. On item CS1, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to December 2nd, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. The request for continuance through CS3 are before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please play the code of conduct?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting order will be set matter 1, then public hearing items 2 and 3, followed by public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including closed session matters and general public comment, and then finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, will you please read the call-in information and explain our speaking rules?
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely. To participate remotely, please visit our website at www.bos.lacounty.gov to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use access code 2539-021-4666 and meeting password 2672025. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on each of the public hearing items, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please clearly state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted, your area code, and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now move on to set matter 1, report by the acting chief executive officer on the county's budget. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. Representatives from the chief executive office will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Joe Nikita.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board.
As you know, we've spent the last several set matters discussing the 43-day federal government shutdown and the frightening gap in CalFresh benefits earlier this month. In response, your board supported a massive food distribution initiative in partnership with the LA Regional Food Bank and local CBOs that serve our community, some of which were here this morning. Between November 1st and early December, the county will have supported 22 large-scale food distribution events and many more smaller-scale food insecurity efforts through our partnership with local CBOs. We are thankful for them, and we're thankful for your board for supporting that. In total, we will have served 43,000 households with more than 2.5 million pounds of food in less than 6 weeks. And I know, supervisors, that you were at food distribution sites in your district, and the lines of cars was staggering, and people were desperate for help. So I want to thank you and your teams in particular for partnering with departments to fill that critical gap. And thank you also to the CBOs who were here this morning as well, and those who all worked with us. With the federal government open through January 21, 2026, and SNAP funded through next September, we can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but we remain vigilant in tracking shifts in federal policy that can have detrimental impacts here in LA County. For today's set matter, I wanted to reorient us to the budget pressures. We are about to release our budget instructions to departments, and the work to develop next year's recommended budget is underway. Now is an appropriate time to frame the challenges ahead in the context of the budget and the board's priorities. So next slide, please. As your board is aware, the county is facing unprecedented financial pressure. You'll recall the slide we shared earlier this year laying out the threats to our budget, including changes in federal funding priorities, reduced revenues, AB 218 claims, and the costs of the January 2025 wildfires. Despite these pressures, 2 sets of curtailments helped us achieve a balanced budget for the current year: 3% to fund the AB 218 settlements and 5.5% cuts to support the board's investment in our county workforce. These pressures on our budget persist, and the more damaging impacts of the federal big bill will be hitting our budget in upcoming fiscal years, including next fiscal year. So from a budget perspective, we will be facing some difficult choices. Next slide, please. Supervisors, this slide helps us understand our financial picture for the recommended budget. The takeaway is that we expect a balanced budget, but there will be little to nothing left after balancing for new or expanded programming or for existing unfunded needs. And the math here is pretty straightforward. Our fixed costs are going up. These are costs we have to pay, they're not optional. And a major driver of those costs is the 2% cost of living increase for our employees next year. We have to pay that. And we continue to experience slower property tax growth. We do not believe our increase in revenue will cover our increase in fixed costs. This means that as we head into the new budget year, the curtailments in place will help us balance and pay for the COLA, but budget pressures will constrain our flexibility to fund new or existing priorities. And this is important because some programs key to the board's vision are operating already in a structural deficit or have substantial unmet needs. Now, in ordinary years, we look to revenue growth to trim structural deficits and grow investments in existing priority programs. We don't think that will be possible next budget year. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the existing structural deficits and unmet needs that already exist in important county programs. I selected these examples because they're representative of the board's vision for the future, and they've been subject of many recent board conversations, making it pretty straightforward to shorthand the issues. And just a note, including these examples here does not mean we're recommending additional funding for these programs or that these programs should have priority over any other departmental needs. That will be part of the budget process for next year. Now, we've talked about these programs separately in various hearings, but consolidating them here into a single slide shows how, across the county's entire program portfolio and balancing all of our needs, structural gaps and unmet needs begin to add up in a way that puts pressure on the budget. And with limited no or new available revenue expected in the recommended budget, it becomes more challenging to manage these expectations and these expenses. The first example here is Correctional Health Services, which has a $18.7 million ongoing structural deficit, which we have covered with one-time money. But there is no ongoing source of funding identified to pay for the structural deficit. This is a deficit that exists because costs are increasing faster than the revenue. Overall, for context, your board invested $580 million in correctional health services in fiscal year 25-26, adding $33 million in funding this year alone. But in spite of that investment, CHS has flagged $165.3 million in unmet needs for fiscal year 25-26, and this includes psychiatric services for the Inmate Reception Center, operational enhancements to comply with the DOJ settlement agreement, medications for treating opioid use disorder, and much more. And we had a brief discussion on this topic at the last board meeting. The second example is the Office of Diversion and Reentry's unmet needs. We talked a little bit about this during the October jail closure hearing before the board, during which CSIT estimated that 1,000 new ODR housing slots are needed to continue diversion for individuals in custody with serious to severe mental health issues and expand eligibility to those with more moderate mental health needs, which in fact is the largest group in mental health housing. These beds are estimated to cost $186 million over the next 4 years. The third example is Stay Housed LA, which provides free legal services to eligible tenants facing eviction pursuant to the Right to Counsel ordinance adopted by your board in July 2024. We've talked a lot about tenant protections and rent relief and legal services for tenants over many meetings the last several months. This is a structural deficit that exists because the program was launched with a one-time investment during COVID and has been sustained with one-time funding primarily from the American Rescue Plan, CFCI, and additional one-time fund balance. Today, Stay Housed LA has a current operating deficit of $10 million, but DCBA projects it will need $173.7 million over the next 5 years to continue to expand the program, both geographically and the overall number of households served. The final example is a projected future structural gap created by H.R. 1, the federal big bill. Under the big bill, the feds are pulling back how much they will pay for administrative costs for the CalFresh program. DPSS projects needing $42.3 million next fiscal year just to maintain the same level of administrative services they provide today. And that cost is expected to grow over subsequent fiscal years. We've talked about this, supervisors, and other previous set matters before the board. So none of this information is new. What is new is the growing recognition as we approach the recommended budget that our financial constraints will inhibit our ability to grow or even to sustain programs. We cut departmental budgets 8.5% this year to make sure we would be able to keep the budget balanced, which is a statutory requirement. Additional curtailments could lead to the loss of county jobs and cuts to services that the public depends on. And while more cuts are still on the table, the question now is, are there other levers to help achieve the board's policy and program priorities, and how will we navigate the next few fiscal years? Next slide, please. Supervisors, this slide provides a high-level framework for navigating our current budget constraints. As I said, cuts are still on the table, but our intent is to avoid across-the-board cuts that treat all services and programs essentially the same. And while we have a balanced budget, it is balanced without room to fund some of the outcomes the board wants to see this year. And reaching those outcomes will require a mix of creativity, considerable fiscal discipline, and difficult choices about where our investments will have the highest value based on demonstrated outcomes. We must also bring our budget into balance for the long term, so we can plan for and mitigate the most devastating impacts of the federal cuts. Doing so in a way that meets the board's values requires us to find values-driven solutions to budgetary problems. This will mean resetting some priorities, including repurposing underutilized funds that are not tethered to demonstrable outcomes, and realigning other funds to the board's highest priorities, the must-haves versus the nice-to-haves. And this work will take all of us. While my office can set the framework, County departments and your offices will be essential partners as we collectively consider what and how to prioritize in the next fiscal year and beyond. And at the end of the day, we need to right-size our service delivery to match available resources, and that means we will be turning to your board for leadership and helping us set a strong direction on what the county must fund versus what we would like to fund as resources become increasingly scarce. Next slide, please. So in closing, I see this as the start of an ongoing conversation about how we will keep our budget in balance and doing so without compromising our values. We need to be clear-eyed despite the challenges, and just to acknowledge we're at the start of a difficult journey. But it's not without opportunity to drive investments towards outcomes rather than continuing to fund what is not working or doesn't reflect the needs of our communities. The county's been here before, and we will make it through, but it is the start, like I said, of a difficult period for us financially. And with that, supervisors, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll begin with Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Joe, for your presentation, and I know it's pretty crisp. It's information, I think, that it has come before us before, but now I think it's a little bit more pointed, and I feel that we really are going to need to move quickly to prioritize what we think is a priority. And with the 5 board members and departments, I think it's going to really require drilling down and having those frank conversations about our own projects or things that we want to see happen, but also the department. So I agree with your page that you have set out exploring other options, but can you get into a little bit more detail of what you can, or what you're thinking about and how we increase revenues and how we decrease our expenses and then reallocating? Just can you walk us through that real quick?
Of course. So I stayed away from providing very specific examples because, like I said, we're at the beginning of this process, and I didn't want to steer the direction in one way or the other and get people thinking that the course was set. It is not set. But some examples, and some I think are more palatable than others, and that's just the reality. Simple way of increasing revenues is to increase fees, and that comes with an equal difficulty for those who have to pay the fees. That is one option. Right-sizing our contracts. So we do a lot of contracting. We provide a lot of services. Many times we're not charging the full amount of those services, and this is an opportunity to look at that and see if that is a policy direction the board wants to head in. We own a lot of property, and we use our property primarily for county-centric activities. Are there ways to monetize that property that other jurisdictions have done, or ways that no other jurisdiction has done but makes sense to us today, so that we are leveraging the resources we do have? So that's an example of increasing revenue. For reducing costs, there are a couple key ways to do it. One primary way is to find efficiencies. And there are efficiencies to be had in departments. I think their flexibility is a little less today because we've cut their budgets substantially. And this is it's one example, and it's sort of a dumb example because it's not going to solve our budget problems. But when I was at DCBA, we changed the way we allowed people to print. And we went from people printing whenever they wanted to having to walk up to the printer and put in their ID number to actually have the printer spit out the papers. And it reduced our printing, I think, by 75%. So that's one example. Like I said, that is not a great example to solve our budget woes, but there are things that departments can do and start to do to drive efficiencies from within so that they have more available resources to use for other priorities. Another way to reduce resources is to stop doing some programming and using that money for other things. And so one example of some of the things that we do is we participate with other agencies to provide services on their behalf, and we get revenue. And over time, there becomes a revenue imbalance, and we start to offset that revenue with NCC just to make the program viable. Departments can start to look at those conditions in their budgets where they're offsetting what should be something another agency is paying for with general fund dollars to see if that's a policy direction where we want to head, to either right-size our contract or to stop doing a program like that. So there is a lot of different examples, supervisors, that we can have, but like I said, I wasn't trying to steer the conversation in one direction or the other, and I hope those examples are helpful.
Yeah, and again, just reemphasizing, I think it's going to be really critical to meet, with other departments that have similar roles and figure out where they overlap, and perhaps looking at efficiencies there in terms of administrative costs, but also contracting. I mean, there are different departments that tend to contract services with certain groups. Maybe there's ways of looking at efficiencies there so that we get a bigger bang for our dollar. But I am also concerned about the trending need for more food and food insecurity. And I really want to appreciate the board for the $10 million and all the funding that has gone in to help establish a safety net for people right now. But you and I know that this is going to continue to grow. The gap is going to continue, and more people are going to fall into poverty and homelessness. And I'm very concerned about what our real plan is going to be there, because expectations have been set high about our creation of our homeless department, which I totally agree with. We need to do that. But it's how we do it and how we work with our providers, and really level setting with them what are the realities, where we can find efficiencies, and what is on our control and what isn't. And I'm concerned that if have we even started discussions at that level, and I think your answer may be yes, but I mean really getting in the weeds with folks, not necessarily us, but making sure that people understand that and that they're a part of the discussion. Because I think some of us have worked so hard to try to get services out in our community. And I want to say the San Gabriel Valley, and especially with a lot of our cities, people are expecting that this new department and the Measure A that was just passed was going to be sufficient. And I think repetition helps, and letting them know what is, what isn't, and what can be, and what that means, because I'm very concerned about that right now from the get-go. And I know that we probably have people in the audience that are going to talk about some of their concerns related to the unhoused. And it isn't pleasant for us to sit here, for me anyway, knowing that we have worked so hard and determined to try to reach as many people as we can. And now we're faced with these impending cuts, some of which we can control and some of which we can't. But level setting and letting the public know and having those conversations, I think, is going to be very critical moving forward. And I do want to thank you for being direct, because it is helpful for us to hear that from you, and also how we can also, as a board, help out with those discussions moving forward in whatever way we can. But I do want to ask us, what are we doing to appeal to our state government right now, given the fact that CalFresh, for example, we may not be able to meet our administrative costs. So is there motions up there in Sacramento right now that are dealing or discussing this to help us with that patch?
It's a great question, Supervisor. Thank you. So what we have today is a report from the LAO's office highlighting the state's own budget gap. And the LAO is projecting a budget gap for the state of about $18 billion. And that is actually pretty similar to what the state itself is projecting. I think they're projecting about $17.4 billion. The issues at the state are, as described by the LAO, is really one of spending. The spending is outpacing the revenue. There's been revenue growth for 4 years, but the spending is outpacing the revenue. They have set forth some recommendations for the state to get a handle on that projected deficit, and it's the same things that we're discussing here this morning: reducing costs, increasing revenues, reallocating to priorities. But the concern about the state's fiscal condition is that will probably put more pressure on the county to take care of our own finances without the expectation that we're going to get a ton of help from Sacramento, because they're dealing with their own issues as well. On the specific question to the CalFresh admin, yes, there will be advocacy at the state level for some help, because this is not just an LA County problem. This is a statewide problem, and many counties will find it very difficult to make up that gap. And so we expect not only the CSACs of the world, but the individual counties to be working with the state to see what support we can get. And we will definitely work hard on that. I think the state's financial condition gives us some pause, and maybe will help set expectations about what we will get and what we will not get in support from the state.
And then just one last question. With the Stay Housed LA program, we've made progress over the last few years, and we saw a decrease in the number of people living on the streets. Can you tell us how many people have been served through this program annually?
I'd have to get that information for you, Supervisor, and we can work with DCBA to provide those specifics.
And then what that means, if it's going to go down, will our numbers increase in terms of the unhoused, all of those things? And what are we doing to work with La Casa to help support the Stay Housed LA program?
Some of the La Casa funding will go to DCBA to help support the program. And so I think there's an opportunity for additional partnership there. There is definitely, La Casa can use its funding for rent relief as well. For tenant protections as well. And so we're looking at all available funding sources to make sure that that program is sustained. I think the issue with Stay Housed is not that it can't be sustained at the current level, but that it will inhibit its growth. And I know that we've had lots of discussions about the ROI of supporting tenants stay in their homes versus trying to get them back in a house once they've lost their homes. So it's something that I think when I talk to folks in HI and now HSH, they strongly support these programs as a way to prevent a cascading cost down the line in the homeless service system. So we're looking at that, Supervisor. I think we recognize it as a priority, and it will be part of the budget discussion to see how we sustain that program.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Joe, for that. Considering all the challenges we faced this past year to produce a balanced budget in the midst of declining revenues, federal funding cuts, soaring costs, and historic settlements, it's sobering, though not surprising, that those challenges are compounding into this next fiscal year. I'm concerned with the structural deficits that we have in some programs that serve our residents with the highest levels of need. And I agree that there are difficult choices ahead, but for me, I don't want to balance the budget on the backs of the most at-risk and vulnerable populations in the county. I want to keep our safety net as strong as possible. So a couple questions I have. Are you thinking about asking our departments to go through additional curtailment exercises?
So currently, because we're balanced, we are not looking at any similar across-the-board cuts. Now, I've said a couple times they're still on the table because I just don't know what is coming at us. What we'd like to do is take a different approach where departments are able to look within, decide for themselves, is there anything that they're doing that they should stop doing, that they should reprioritize, and use that money for other current higher level priorities. Now, I saw the grimace because there's always a concern about what are they going to cut. And I think setting the framework is critical because you mentioned the safety net. As a safety net provider, that should be our North Star, but we have to be tied to outcomes as well. If something is a program, we've done it for a long time, it sounds good, but there are no demonstrable outcomes, it makes it difficult to justify continuing to fund it in this environment. And there will be a stakeholder around every corner that will come up and say, this program is really important. And they're not lying, it's true.
Right.
And so these are going to be difficult decisions that departments have to make. And I think before we get too far along in that path, there are probably some other things we can do that are easier, that are no-brainers, that we can bring to the board. But that's not going to get us all the way there. So at some point, departments will have to look within.
So, yeah, I think we all want to look at every possible solution when we're facing this degree of difficulty. But it's always concerning when we talk about reallocating resources from low to high priorities. And just for the public, can you sort of remind us all the framework or process of how those decisions are made?
Those decisions are all made in the budget process. And this year leading up to the budget process, we intend to engage departments and your offices in a much more robust exercise than in prior years, because our reflex has been to do across the board cuts. And financially, it has served us well. That is the gold standard if you just want to get money back and put it in the budget to balance. But I think we're at a point where we've cut so much that additional across the board cuts are going to be really impactful, and some departments are going to feel it a lot more than others. So I think, this is sort of a new exercise for us at the county. I've looked back to see what we did in the Great Recession. We did a lot of belt tightening, but I can't say that it was necessarily done in a way that considered outcomes and priorities, or really prioritizing the safety net. So I think this time around, we'll have a lot more conversations leading up to recommended budget. At some point, someone's going to need to call balls and strikes on it, and I gather that will be our office making the recommendations to your board to see if we can get us there, but I see that as the process this year.
I mean, one priority, I believe, for this board is our Office of Diversion and Reentry, right? We really believe that if at all possible, we want people diverted from jail, and we want a robust reentry system that keeps them from ending up in jail. I mean, this board would like to close Men's Central Jail. I know I spend a lot of time with our juveniles who are incarcerated, and I think it is a priority that we try to keep as many people out of our jail as possible. It's hard to maybe measure that by outcomes. Maybe we don't see the outcomes for years ahead, but we have invested a significant amount of funds into the beds for Office of Diversion and Reentry over the past 5 years. So just again, highlight the overview of those funds and that expansion that I think this board really wants to do, and maybe why those funds aren't going to be enough to sustain our ambitious goals in that area.
There's a distinction, I think, for ODR between sustaining and expanding. And I think sustaining, with all the investments, I think we are on the right path. Expanding is a challenge, not because of the lack of desire to do it, but because of the substantial cost with ODNR. So we're looking at a couple things. One is, like I said, reallocating priorities to the highest need. That's one. And then the other thing is, are there ways to reduce our costs related to ODNR? And we're exploring some options. DHS will have to be an essential partner in those conversations. But if we can get the same level of benefit and pay less, that is good. We can expand more. We can sustain more. And I think our Maggie Carter, our DOJ compliance lead, will say that she does see some very strong outcomes from ODR, especially on the jail population reduction front. So I think she would come in and say, yes,
I agree. I would argue that it costs more to house somebody in our jails, not to mention all the potential negative impacts on someone for being in our jail, everything from death to abuse to we have settled lawsuits. So I think it's much more prudent and beneficial to invest in our Office of Diversion and Reentry, in my opinion. But again, those are tough metrics sometimes to measure. But I do think that's a priority of this board. I do know that we are looking at other funding opportunities for some of these programs and departments that are facing deficits. One of the things that I've advocated in the past was for this Office of Diversion and Reentry to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Mental Health so they could draw down Medicaid funds for their services, which they didn't used to do. I even introduced a motion a few years ago directing that they enter into an MOA. Do you have on the tip of your tongue the update on that? Does the Office of Diversion and Reentry bill Medi-Cal now? And if so, how much does that generate? And is there an opportunity to tap more into these funds?
Okay, I was getting wise counsel from my colleague Mason Matthews. We'll have to get back to you on the amount of funding that they're currently billing to Medicaid, if any. But when I mentioned some of the strategies to reduce the ODNR cost, that is the primary mechanism for doing that, is to shift some of the cost away from NCC to external funding sources.
Right. So one of the problems with our correctional health services, the federal law prohibits using Medicaid funds for medical services provided in our jails. This is known as the inmate exclusion policy, but my understanding is that now there's a waiver which California has submitted that allows billing Medicaid for services provided up to 90 days before someone is released. Do you know if that's been implemented yet?
There was an ongoing implementation effort. I know Carrie Miller from our department was involved in that. My understanding is it is underway, but we can get you an update on that as well.
So I think next time you come, I'd like to know how much additional funding that's getting us, and does that close that gap a little bit with the deficit that we're facing? Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I certainly hope these will continue. I think it's important for the board, the general public, department heads to hear this, really, I think in a continuous loop for us to fully digest what's coming at us, because it feels like a really big snowball that's just moving faster and getting bigger by the minute. I want to follow up on a couple of comments that my colleagues have made. First of all, when I did see the LAO's report, I am curious as to whether the CEO has begun to identify specific line items in our own budget where the state funding lack of growth will impact. I didn't know if the LAO's projection was reflected in the slide you already showed us in terms of potential cuts, or if that's a part of the snowball that's still coming at us.
Yes, it's part of the snowball. I think we have our eyes set on the governor's January budget.
Okay.
That is when we will really know how these revenue constraints are going to shake out for the county. And so we're keeping our eye on that at the moment. But the general sense is, from the LAO report, is that the legislature and the governor will need to trim spending. And the concern is that they will do so by trimming some of the support that they provide to counties, or by not, increasing what we expected to get.
Right. So we're looking at using the CalFresh example. The cut we already know from the feds, thanks to HR 1, in terms of the change in the match in terms of the admin. As you said, we won't know until not even the January 10th budget, but probably the May revise in terms of what the state will do, if they will hold true to their match in terms of our admin. CSAC meets next week. I chair the Health and Human Services Committee, and so we'll be meeting with CSAC members on Thursday to begin to hear how other counties are going to be impacted. I want to drill down a little further, following up on Supervisor Hahn's question in terms of process. With regard to the budget, we function as a committee of the whole, since we don't have committees, budget committees to kind of grapple with it. Because the budget doesn't come to us as a motion, so even with our
current cluster process, that just the budget doesn't go through there. And so how will you envision structuring? You talked about conversations. What will that structure look like? Because I believe that for as long as this board has the power for oversight in the budget, we now perhaps more than ever need to use it, particularly when we're looking at options like shifting dollars from low to high priorities. I mean, I believe this board has to lead on that and own that. That's really not our structure. The budget is kind of developed in consultation with department heads. CEO develops it, it comes to us. But I believe this board needs to be on the front end of that process, particularly as we think about what criteria we expect departments and the CEO to use in determining which programs will be protected and which ones will see reductions. So what will our budget process look like? How will it be different to make sure that the board is on the front end of establishing that criteria, sending strong signals to the CEO and the department on what we believe the criteria should be?
So one of the vehicles we have not had in the past is this set matter item. And so we can have a series of discussions during this set matter that helps us establish the framework we will follow. I think that internally, we're still building that framework. And then in January, there needs to begin an engagement process with departments so that they understand the framework. And I think it would be really helpful and beneficial for department heads to put on their countywide hat to help us solve a countywide problem, knowing what they know about their individual budgets. And then I think those concepts can come forward to the board for discussion, for validation. And as we move forward, we will move forward in sync with this board's buy-in on how we are having these discussions and how we're having these conversations. When budget recommendations are made, they will be tied to the concepts that we've brought forward. And so you will at least know that they are grounded in the discussions that we've had. And then moving forward, during budget deliberations, there will be certainly opportunities to have more conversations about the recommendations put forward.
I appreciate that clarity. And again, I'm glad that we have this set matter and this can be a time where those conversations take place. Walk me through the timing. So the January 10th budget from the state is a best guess. That's just the reality. They will go through their hearing process, both houses, to try to refine it. May revise is then released, barring any additional natural disasters, hoping that, the April tax due date holds true. So the May revise is a more accurate depiction of the state picture, having no idea what the federal government will continue to do or not do, or if we have additional shutdowns, or they just, walk away from their responsibility to provide resources to their residents and their citizenry. Who knows? So walk us through the timing, given the May revise reality date. What's our kind of drop dead date in terms of finalizing the county budget?
So we actually have moved pretty far forward in our budget process by the time the May revise comes out. We've already published recommended budget. We're doing budget hearings, and then we're on the verge of adopting our budget. Typically, if there are changes in state assumptions or expectations, we program those in supplemental. I think if you look at the county's budget process, in January, we'll issue the budget instructions in the next week or so. In January, when all the budgets are submitted by departments, we start that process of vetting their budget asks. And then really by March, our recommendations have firmed up and we're getting ready to put them out in April. And we also have the public budget presentations in February. This year, we're going to have to weave in these conceptual discussions about how to build a framework for the concepts that I had on the slides, so that by the time we get to March, so we start in January, we know what the departments are asking for. By the time we know what their highest needs are, and we know what's tied to board priorities. By the time we get to March, we've gone through that process of saying, here is some additional revenue that we have generated, or here are some savings we found to support some of these priorities. And here are ways that departments have determined that they can sort of work within their own budgets to move some stuff around to fund priorities. And I know, for department heads that are listening, I know their reaction is, I already don't have enough to do what I need to do. These are going to be difficult exercises, but I think they're necessary exercises, or we're not going to be able to move forward on a lot of these major initiatives and priorities.
In closing, Madam Chair, I appreciate your comment encouraging department heads to put on their county-wide budget. I think their county-wide budget I think we all have to, given the depth of the cuts, recognizing because of HR 1 and kind of the trickle-down effect of their cascading decision, the impact to our health services as the safety net entity, the billions of dollars that are going to be removed from our system are really going to require that we get clear about our core function as the safety net level of government and what we absolutely must provide to the 10 million plus residents of LA County. So I appreciate that reminder to all of us about putting our county-wide hat on. I'll have mine on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. First, I want to thank my colleagues. You've covered a lot already. Joe, it's my understanding we're facing, obviously, funding challenges that specifically impact our homeless services system. And we've received some correspondence in my office. I believe we'll hear from folks today. And in part, this is due to less funding from our state and federal partners, as well as slowing sales tax revenue and increased costs. Though I will say, it's really hard for everyone to understand these impacts given the context of the passage of Measure A. People are feeling like they're spending more on sales tax, and there's an expectation that increased expenditure is going to look like different results on their streets. So the challenges that are being framed as decisions that are being made by the county, rather than the county adapting and having to find the efficiencies to limit impacts due to state and Trump administration action. So I just kind of want to talk with you a little bit about that so we can kind of frame the conversation in terms of understanding what we're having to navigate as the county. So can you speak about the causes, and explain the challenges we're facing and the reasons for them by level of federal government? It's my understanding we have federal cuts. Do you know the dollar amount of the federal cuts that we're expecting?
I don't have the specific dollar amount handy. However, I think as a system, you're right. The homeless services system is under an exceeding amount of pressure. Measure A infused essentially double the amount of dollars into the system. The county's capture of those dollars is the same as it was under Measure H. And I think some of the things that are happening in the homeless services space is common to things that are happening everywhere. There have been substantial cost increases. There's been a bed rate increase that has driven a substantial amount of costs. And I had some context for, just to put this into perspective, and all of this sort of predates this momentum predated Measure A, and we carry it forward into Measure A, and we carry it forward into the new department. The cost to provide anchor programs, these are like the fundamental core programs that the county offers, is $739 million, with ongoing revenue under Measure A about $535 million. It leaves a huge structural gap, and then you add to that the cuts that the federal government is providing. We know the city of LA has canceled some service contracts as well. I imagine they're under fiscal pressure. And then the changes to how the federal government will fund permanent housing, a shift away from permanent housing, and a cap on our ability to fund vouchers and things of that nature. So all of that is putting a ton of pressure on the system, and it is not unique to us. It's unique to other agencies in the region. But it is part of this ecosystem of contracting dollars driven from federal, state, and our local revenue has been flat. Our sales tax revenue is flat. And as costs increase, we talked about structural deficits. Increasing costs and flat revenue is what drives structural deficits as well.
I think that's helpful to understand from the federal government perspective. You highlighted the decreased investment and disinvestment in permanent housing solutions and housing vouchers, Section 8, likely to be cut in the future, as well as federal cuts. I know we're waiting to see what will happen to the COC, which is $220 million, and we'll start to see those cuts at the turn of the year. And we're not yet sure if it's all 220 million or some version of it, but we know cuts are coming, and those are just two categories from federal government. I know state HAP funds have been cut. The city of LA cut funding to LAHSA, and the county has taken over paying some of those positions in the interim while we're figuring out what we can do in terms of taking on the new department and how we are making those investments. We have, as you mentioned, the bed rate increase, and I think that amounts to something like $110 million. And I think the bed rate increase is necessary because we've certainly been hearing from service providers about, the gap that they try to fill between what the county provides and what the actual costs are. But as you said, every time there's a cost increase, especially if we don't have a corresponding source of revenue for it, it's a challenge with the current investment that we do have. Do you see any additional revenue from Measure A coming in? Do you see us moving out of this flatline position?
No, I see us as pretty flat, and I think that what you're seeing reflected in the Measure A spending plan, which I understand is being communicated at this point, reflects our expectations around Measure A revenue. Over time, the Measure A revenue is likely to go up, but our costs are likely to go up as well. So I think the effort right now to right-size our service portfolio is important because it will not be sustainable to continue to have a $200 million, $300 million operating deficit. We're going to run out of money very quick.
Well, as you rightly identified, the county portion of Measure A that's on the service side is remaining relatively flat. But there is new funding coming in on the service side. There's the La Casa funding, which is for housing, which is also separate. But the service side also is being invested directly into cities. So I would encourage our staff and for you to work with the department to communicate to our cities directly who are considering what are they going to do with that local solutions fund allocation, that they perhaps consider if one of their favorite programs from the county is at risk based on the funding challenges we're facing. That could be a way that they help to shore up existing services so we don't have to lose them, and we use that revenue source, which will not be at cost to them either because it's new funding coming to the cities from the sales tax measure. That might be a way that we can help. And so if we have that proactive conversation with our city partners, there may be some cities who want to work with us in that way. I think we just have to make the intentional effort to make that happen.
Right. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I misunderstood your prior question about Measure.
No.
Yes,
I'm just
absolutely.
suggesting that that's something that we should be doing. I think another thing we should be doing, and I just got the news from our colleague on ECRA, Hafsa Keika, reached out to let us know that the governor has led once again on a lawsuit to protect federal funding investment in homelessness services and housing. And I believe that the county, so for county council, I would love to see the county support that effort because I think this is a time to be very clear about the reality that we're facing. And part of that reality is more devastating cuts from the Trump administration. And we know that this means people who are currently housed are at risk of losing their housing and experiencing more pressure put on the local system to respond and fill the gaps that will come from those cuts. And simply put, as I believe you've said, there's no way for us to fill those gaps with the resources that we have. So we have to fight to get every dollar invested and use it, stretch it further, and make sure that our new Department of Homeless Services and Housing goes through that scrutiny to make sure that we're using each and every dollar in the best way possible. And I think also I've heard that the reductions will be, there's some that are suggesting that reductions be spread across county departments when it relates to any of the departments that are touching homelessness. Is that something you expect to happen? Or how will we be addressing that since there are multiple departments that touch this issue?
Thank you for the question. So I think it's a, let me just put it this way. We have dedicated revenue that is going to the homeless service system, and my recommendation would be to prioritize that funding for those services and see how we can sustain what we have today. Departments did take an 8.5% cut already to their budgets, and we didn't apply any cuts to the dedicated revenue streams that are for homeless services. I think it would be very difficult to make up that gap by cutting departments further. We know we are at essentially at the limit of what they can do flexibly within their budget. And when I suggest that those departments look from within to see how they can better use their own revenue, they have a lot of priority needs that we've identified, 4 examples of which were on the screen, that they would be using that money for. So at this point, I would say it is a bit of a zero-sum game. The more we try to fund stuff, the more we have to get it from somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And I find it I think it would be very difficult to take what we have today and continue it by cutting our departments to do it. I think it would cause a lot of service reductions and potentially job losses in areas that are also very important.
I'm glad to hear how you're thinking about that. I want to second Supervisor Hahn's notion that we should be shoring up our safety net to protect those who are most at risk. And so I'm glad to hear that that's how you're approaching this particular issue. We know that this has been a challenge for our region, and I'm glad that we have the Measure A funding stream to turn to because of the cuts that we're experiencing at other levels of government. But we also know that there are people who are working inside this system who also themselves are at risk because of how dangerously low their wages have been. And so Measure A has sought to also make investment in our workforce. And I was glad to see in your presentation as it relates to the county workforce, your projection that we honor the commitment in labor negotiations of the 2% COLA next year, because that is an investment in the people who are providing our services. So I was glad to see that in your presentation, though it's clear we will have challenges going forward. And the more we communicate with all of our partners who are providing these services, whether they be our county family or our service providers in the homeless service system, the more we have that conversation to help people see it the way we're seeing it, I think the better position we'll be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And, I want to thank you for the presentation. I think, Supervisor Hahn, you said sobering. That's putting it mildly. And I think my frustration, you referenced the 1990s, we were on the brink of bankruptcy because of healthcare, but we were able to do a legislative fix with a waiver and redirect dollars from inpatient to outpatient. What we have, and actually, what we have before us today is, for me, very frustrating, and I put a lot of the blame on 218, because if not for AB 218, we'd be using our rainy day fund to bridge the financial realities that are occurring both economically as well as what's going on in DC and Sacramento. But because we have a legislation that is evergreen, that is going to continue, we just had another lawsuit dropped. My question to you is, at what point are we at a breaking point with AB 218? Because I know we're bonding, but what is the breaking point for this county? Which, by the way, we are the tip of the iceberg. So anyone out there that's representing a school district or other counties, you're next. You are next. So what is our breaking point?
Well, we have brought ourselves basically to a point where our flexibility to withstand big issues, big cost issues is pretty limited. And someone mentioned like a natural disaster. There are two things that keep me up at night. One is more AB 218 liability, and one is a natural disaster. Because we went through both of those things already, and it has brought us to the point where we're at today. We are aware of additional lawsuits being filed. I think that some of the same firms are filing more cases. They see it as, let's just go back to the well with some more. And I don't have a strategy for financing another settlement. So I think we need to get some relief in Sacramento. It is our top priority. We're working hard on it. We have a strong coalition going into Sacramento. But we are in a place where we're vulnerable to any big judgment, certainly at the scale of AB 218, causing us to have either additional widespread curtailments that will result in the loss of county jobs, and certainly the loss of services. And so AB 218 was not just our rainy day fund. We have to put so much ongoing money in the budget to pay for the debt service for these judgment obligation bonds. That is the ongoing money. That is one of the reasons why we have this ongoing funding gap, is AB 218. So it definitely is the budget pressures I mentioned at the beginning, AB 218 being a primary one.
Because the reason why our credit rating was strong is because we had a rainy day fund, so that not if, but when the economy slowed, which it does cyclically, that we would be able to draw down and not have layoffs and curtailments. The good news is, I guess the author has said that she is trying to fix this, so I'm assuming that she's up in Sacramento working toward legislative fixes. I haven't heard of any, but do we know what the status of legislative fixes are up in Sacramento, or is that just an empty promise?
We are, the bill introduction has not started, but we've had a lot of good conversations. We've had conversations with important legislators who supported us last year and those who had concerns last year. And so I don't have any definitive outcome at this point, but we are building on some of the work we did last year, and we are engaging the folks that had issues with legislative changes last year to see if we can find some compromise path forward in Sacramento this year.
And then when we talk about, I know with the DPSS, the need to absorb the 42 million impact. My understanding is their criteria for being eligible for benefits is not changing. So therefore, the work or the number of people that are going to be applying is going to remain the same. So my question is, without layoffs, how can a department absorb that kind of impact?
One of the things we're doing with DPSS is through the next couple months is vetting that number. That is an initial estimate. I think there are some changes being implemented that might affect workload, and I'm unclear if the workload will go up or will go down, one of them being the work requirements that are being imposed and things of that nature. So we need to get to the right number, and then what we really need is a plan to fund it. And I think for some of these issues that are being thrust upon us, we are not likely to solve it in a single budget year. This is a ramp-up phase with some Band-Aids along the way, but we need a plan to get there. And that's what we're looking to do for DPSS.
So that could include layoffs?
It's possible. It's possible if we cannot find sufficient funding that what I would imagine we would do first is a hiring freeze, and through attrition reduce the number, and then minimize or eliminate the need for layoffs, but it is something that is possible.
I thought we had a hiring freeze going on right now.
We do not have a countywide hiring freeze going on right now.
I thought we had a hiring freeze. I thought all hiring has to go through you and you have to sign off on them.
No.
Well, no. Given the severity, I would like for us to have that discussion as it relates to critical jobs, because if we're going to be hiring additional staff, when there may be displaced staff that could be moved, I think it's important for us to have that flexibility so that we're not laying off, that in fact we're redirecting positions, especially for lower level staff that, that have the opportunity to transfer laterally. So that's something I think we should put on the radar as it relates to a discussion moving forward.
When we had brought the board letter for the hiring freeze a few months ago, and the board had some concerns about it, we're working to address those concerns. I think one of them was, what target are you working toward? And there were some other specific questions that were raised. So we are still working on that letter. We need to bring it back. We need to be positioned to apply a hiring freeze as we look at some of these budgetary solutions. But we want to be responsive to the concerns that were raised the last time we brought that forward.
And I appreciate that. But I think that given, and I appreciated Supervisor Horvath talking about the Measure A. My frustration is many who voted for this are not going to be happy when we tell them we've got a $300 million shortfall, because it's counterintuitive to what they believe they voted for. And I think it's important for us to accurately depict the realities that are taking place. There's no question. I talked to a provider up in the Antelope Valley who the bed rate was well under what was necessary, so they were trying to raise funding through fundraisers to cover that gap, and then they had a line of credit. So it was costing them even more with that line of credit to provide the services. So we recognized it was important to do an increase, and I think there is a legitimate explanation, but we need to explain it and be transparent in how we roll that out. And then, when I look at the county as the safety net, I think we have to be very cautious with how we prioritize or what we look at in terms of fees. Because, my greatest concern, especially with what I'm seeing happening in Althena, is small businesses have been impacted and restaurants have been impacted. And if we begin to increase fees and they close, then we're not only shooting ourselves in the foot, we are in fact losing a revenue stream that is important to this county, not only from a financial, but also just as it relates to small businesses and the impact that they have on the County of Los Angeles. So I hope that we temper how we go about looking at fees, because as a safety net provider here, we have to be cognizant of the fact that many of these mom and pops are struggling as well. And what we're feeling, they're feeling as well. And so I hope that we have meaningful dialogue, and I appreciate Supervisor Mitchell talking about the planning and how are we going to plan, because I think it's important for us to recognize, you say 4 years. I mean, did you say 4 years for planning for the
I don't know if I said 4, but I agree with 4. I think we're on a 4 to 5 year planning horizon at this point.
Yeah, and I think that given AB 218 and the gift that keeps on giving, I think we need to be very proactive as it relates to putting a strategy together. Because I personally think the frustration with 218 for me is that we actually had a legislative fix last year. And I don't know where the author was. I guess she didn't know about it because there was silence and it was killed. I think it became a 2-year, is that correct?
It became a 2-year bill.
2-year bill.
Right.
And so people didn't want to necessarily take this cause up, and that's unfortunate, but I'm hoping that they will see the error of their ways, including the author, who again, in writing, if you believe the Times, which I do, said that she wants to fix it. So I hope she's up in Sacramento as we speak doing that. Because again, we had a rainy day fund in this county, and I know that we've all gone back to DC back to New York on the credit rating. And the one thing that they look at a lot, but the one thing that they really appreciated was our rainy day fund. The fact that we set aside, and we had nearly $1 billion set aside to carry us through those times when the economy slows down or when unexpected things happen. Because of AB 218, we had to draw down on that rainy day fund. And here we are today. And so we can talk about other issues, whether it be the Trump administration or the cuts or HR 1, but I would argue that the number one reason we're having this discussion is because of AB 218. We would be having discussion as relates to HR 1. We would be having it, but we would have the rainy day fund to carry us through while we fought with Washington. We don't have the ability to carry that money through to fight. We're going to fight with Washington, but we don't have that funding to allow us to do it. And that's why I say it's not alone, but it has definitely put us in a position that is going to impact the lives of many men and women in this and children in this county for years to come. And as someone who's been here since 1989, this breaks my heart. Because as a board, we've always functioned responsibly. And now we're put in a position where we have to make very difficult decisions that are going to, everyone is going to have a concern about a recommendation. Everyone. And it's going to be about triaging and prioritizing. And how do you do that? I mean, how does a parent say which one is their favorite child? You don't. You love them all the same. So I appreciate the report. I think it's critical that we continue to have these discussions. And I look forward to hearing from you about some of the legislative fixes that you may want to recommend as relates to 218, because again, we just had another lawsuit drop, and it's the same cast of characters. And I think it's important for us to get a handle on this sooner rather than later. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on your comment on 218. I couldn't agree with you more. It's going to be important that we have a smart, strategic, focused strategy, that we are on, a singular page in terms of how we go forward. And I also think it's important when we consider what is fully within our control and power is that we are making sure that we're doing all that we can to prevent future cases and that we mitigate any future risk. That is fully within the power of the county.
100%.
And making sure that our departments and that we are tight in terms of zero tolerance, that our investigative processes are tight and accurate and timely, so there we fully mitigate future risk of similar offensive behavior where people are victimized at the hands of county employees. We have to pay attention to that, seriously.
I agree with you, and I feel like putting up a sign at our camps and facilities saying, if you see something, say something. Because many times staff has seen something and turned the other way. I could not agree with you more.
I mean, I appreciate that, and I was actually going to say something to that effect. Was obviously what we're dealing with is in the past, but going forward. But I have to say, your comment about, we need to make sure and be tight. I'll just say, from my opinion, we are not at this point tight in our juvenile facilities. I don't feel secure that nothing like this will happen again.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues, actually. I think this has been a good discussion, and we've definitely began something that I know is going to be hard for you, Joe, moving forward. But I think we're all in this together. Do you have any closing comments?
No closing comments, thank you.
Okay. Executive Officer, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
Yes, there are.
Yes. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Jerry Jones, Joshua Matthew, Georgia Berkovich, Wendy Wang, Kimberly Roberts, Jennifer Ariano, Sylvia Castillo, Matt Tessel, Yvette Samvelin, Jessica Perel, Vicky Arenas, Chris Nemeth, Hannah Rudnick, Jamie Kim, Sharon Stewart. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address Set Matter 1. If you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Brad West, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
West. I run the Supportive Housing Alliance, a coalition of a dozen supportive housing developers across Los Angeles. Just want to say a few quick things. Thank you so much, staff, for your hard work on the proposed Measure A spending plan. The fact that no permanent housing slots are cut is nothing short of a miracle. But my position is that staff shouldn't have had to do this in the first place. I understand the county is experiencing financial challenges, but we have a over $50 billion county budget, and we can't figure out a way to plug a $3 million hole for the most important issue facing the residents of Los Angeles County. We had a referendum on this just a year ago that folks voted to tax themselves double the sales tax to spend this. So I think it's going to be really important for us to figure out how to fill this gap and not cut the homelessness budget by literally a third.
Thank you. Well, caller 310972, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hey, this is Zeno representing Lamar Park, commercially you know it as Africatown. Yeah, I definitely sympathize with the previous caller. You guys definitely have to figure out how to better appropriate a $52.5 million budget and consider $14 billion of that as property tax. So homeowners are looking at you guys to make sure you aren't limiting their experience out here. Another thing, you got to be a little bit more expressive on protecting us from being stolen, having our funds being stolen from your guys' employees like they have been in the past or misappropriated like Felicia Kellums did with Lossless funds or, their contracts for their husband and everything else. Another thing, put Food Revolution LA on the food distribution list that you guys have for your website and other listings so that way people in the Lamar Park area know where to get free food on Sundays. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Hector Ramirez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Hector Ramirez. Buenos dias. Yate. Definitely want to thank the supervisors and the staff for this very informative dialogue that is beginning to take place. It is obvious that as people prepare to go into Thanksgiving, for most LA County residents, what's really happening is we're going into Thanks-taking. And it's sobering to know, and it's scary to know that the real reason why this is happening is very much aware to all of us. And coming together to taking care of each one of us is what we really need to be doing and embracing as we move forward. It is the way that we survive as Angelinos. This is the way that we survive as people with disabilities. This is the way that we survive as Californians. We have done it together before, and the way that we did it was together.
Thank you. Maria Barahona, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Maria Barahona. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Representing Haven Hills Domestic Violence Service Provider in Stick 3. In 2024, more than 60,000 people turned to homeless services for the first time. While the county is prioritizing construction of new affordable housing, housing and shelter on their own are not enough. Prevention is essential if we want to stop creating or perpetuating cycles of generational poverty that rely on homeless services for survival. Time-limited subsidies are among the most effective tools we have. Last year in LA alone, TLS programs reduced future homelessness by 25%. This year, providers report they've been forced to turn away more than 750 families due to cuts to TLS. Next year's spending plan will make matters worse since higher acuity clients won't be able to sustain their rent after June 30th, 2026. I urge the county to identify funding beyond Measure A and reevaluate the $52.5 billion countywide budget to prioritize and address this crisis responsibly and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Lee, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Speaking on Set Matter 1 and general public comment. First of all, thank you so much to the staff at the new Department of Homeless Services and Housing, who we know have done their best in a very tough situation. And thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for noting your concern with balancing the budget on the back of our most vulnerable citizens. I share that concern. Of course, we're facing a massive budget shortfall, but this cannot be shouldered by the homeless service response system alone. Our response system fills in gaps for our carceral systems, our social safety net, and our food and housing systems already. I'm especially concerned with the possibility of eliminating youth-serving transitional housing or interim housing beds. We know that too many young people feel safer sleeping on the street than they do in adult shelters. So eliminating these beds would lead to an increase in street homelessness and increased wait lists for adult beds. I urge the Board of Supervisors to include homelessness in a county-wide fiscal plan that solves the gap and other shortfalls mentioned today. And we look forward to working with you to fulfill the promise that voters made when they approved Measure A last year.
Caller 909-595, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin. Caller 909, please begin.
I'm a 909. I don't know if this is for, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Almost foreseeable and predictable to include your La La Land denial of endpoint having been reached, defrauding the federal government, harboring and abating illegal immigration. The four Democrats voted $130 million for illegals while citizens on the streets. You and your predecessors have bankrupted the county both financially and moral ethically. Supervisor Barger, you're right on. This is the tip of the iceberg, and AI is around the corner. All supervisors should forfeit their pay in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you. Leilani Jones, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Supervisors, thank you so much. I've been working in homeless services for 18 years, and we all understand that these are very challenging times for everyone. Any homeless provider is already working with less resources required to sufficiently provide services needed to support our unhoused neighbors. And according to the budget deficits in the report today, homeless programs are facing an enormous funding gap. Our worry that is if funding is cut for these essential services, homelessness will not go away, but significantly increase and have repercussions for generations to come. We're urging you to include homelessness in the county-wide fiscal plan, and we are specifically asking you to maintain TAY resources and fund them as a separate investment from the adult system. Let's not do more harm to our neighbors and young people who need us more. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for Set Matter 1 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Jerry Jones. I'm with the Greater LA Coalition on Homelessness, speaking on Set Matter 1 and general public comment about budgeting issues and the Measure A spending plan in particular. The revenue gap in homeless services is just too big for the new department to fix on its own. And dismantling a quarter of the currently funded programs in a single year isn't reasonable under the present circumstances. Your staff is doing everything they can with the money they think they've got, but the moment requires the vision and direction and experience in dealing with difficult problems that this board brings as leaders of LA County. So we urge you to solve this shortfall the same way you're tackling other critical gaps in next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Joshua Matthew, and I am a program manager at Hillsides. For the last 20 years, Hillsides has supported unhoused youth through our drop-in center known as Youth Moving On. Every year, we serve over 500 youth aged 16 to 25. 70% of those youth are current and former foster and probation youth. The LA County homeless deputies are considering eliminating essential services such as access centers and problem solving from the new County Department of Homeless Services and Housing. TASE services provide direct links to emergency shelters, interim housing, rental assistance, and permanent housing. The proposed Measure A cuts and eliminations of access centers will leave vulnerable young people stranded with no connection to housing resources. Eliminating certain TASE services will derail the county's achievements in supporting unhoused youth, especially former foster and juvenile probation youth. We respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to maintain its commitment to unhoused youth by not eliminating critical services and essential to achieving successful housing outcomes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Georgia Berkovich, and I'm here on behalf of the Midnight Mission in Skid Row. Every day I look into the eyes of people who are fighting for their lives, people who are finally stabilizing, trusting us, and believing they are worth saving. The proposed Measure A cuts would take away the very programs that help reach people in that fragile turning point. We are grateful for the $87 million restored, but the remaining $2 million gap will fall directly on organizations like ours that are already stretched thin. And the truth is heartbreaking. More than 1,600 unhoused people died last year in Los Angeles, a 9% increase. Those aren't statistics. Those were people we knew, people who need more support, not less. Every item in the budget matters, but protecting human life must be the highest priority. Voters passed Measure A because they believed this county would lead with compassion, and they did so because of organizations like ours and so many partners that helped them believe that promise.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
First, I want to thank the board and the team at HSH who put together a budget using Measure A dollars that maintained as much permanent housing as possible. My name is Kimberly Roberts, and I'm here with LA Family Housing, representing the more than 17,000 people we serve each year and over 500 employees who work tirelessly to end homelessness in people's lives. In this season of devastating state and federal cuts that undermine our shared values, the proposed A budget will undo years of hard-won infrastructure built to support our shared values and goals to end homelessness in LA. It's important to remember that Measure A passed with an unprecedented level of community support. Voters demanded action. They demanded more housing, more outreach, and more stability for their neighbors. The collective scope of these local, state, and federal cuts move us in the opposite direction. Every day our teams meet with people who are ready for housing but can't get in because there are no housing subsidies and not enough case management to help them. When critical programs are cut, people don't just disappear. They remain unsheltered for months or even years, and those costs shift to hospitals, emergency rooms.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Arellano. I'm with LA Family Housing, speaking on Set Matter 1 and general public comment. Measure A cut impacts real participants who are facing fewer and fewer pathways into housing. Every day, our teams work with older adults sleeping in cars, people with disabilities, all unable to reach certain subsidies. Measure A funded programs are often the only bridge between being unhoused today and having just a chance at housing tomorrow. These programs are not extra. They are the foundation of how LA County moves people out of homelessness and helps them stabilize once they are housed. When these programs are shifted, we shift the cost to hospital emergency rooms, paramedics, police, county jails, crisis response teams. When housing navigation is cut, people will remain in tents for months or years. When outreach is reduced, people will remain in medical or behavioral crises that will go unnoticed. These are preventable harms. We are urging the Board of Supervisors to include homelessness in a countywide fiscal plan to solve this gap. We look forward to working with you to ensure that the promise which voters made when they approved Measure A is completed to invest in homelessness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Everett Taylor, and I too am with LA Family Housing. Thank you to the board and to the Department of Homeless Services and Housing for your incredible efforts to identifying $87 million in new revenue and savings. Even with this progress, the Measure A spending plan still faces a more than $200 million gap. At the same time, federal and state cuts are putting even more pressure on our system. Supervisors, you now have an opportunity to spare our unhoused neighbors from greater harm. This year, you applied shared reductions across 26 departments to address major revenue gaps, including the AB 218 settlement and recent labor agreements. We are urging you to use that same countywide budget strategy to fix the homeless revenue gap. Without action, the proposed Measure A plan would eliminate a quarter of currently funded programs. That means fewer beds, fewer outreach teams, stalled housing placements, and more people returning to the streets. Just 1 year after voters approved Measure A by 16% margin, expecting increased.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jamie Kim with Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, staff attorney for CBEST. I'm here to comment on the proposed cuts to Measure A CBEST funding, which I believe is short-sighted because the CBEST program helps thousands of disabled Angelenos secure permanent state and federal income that enables them to secure sustainable housing. CBEST may seem like a benefits program, but is also a housing program. For homeless people with severe mental or physical disabilities, there is no reliable route to financial stability and therefore housing stability other than to obtain disability income, and no other program in the budget besides CBEST directly addresses disability as a driver of homelessness. As a CBEST attorney myself, I see every day how critical it is for my disabled clients to get onto these disability benefits to avoid or escape homelessness. These clients cannot work, they have no other income, and they struggle to navigate the arcane and convoluted disability appeal system.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Yvette Samvelian. I'm the VP of Mission and Impact at Hope the Mission. Hope the Mission is the largest interim housing provider in the LA County and appreciates all the funding and the collaboration thus far. Thank you for the hard work of your staff and the Department of Housing and Services who have been able to identify additional funding revenues for us. Unfortunately, that still leaves us another $200 million of gap in our spending plan. Cutting housing navigation, ICMS, permanent housing, an additional funding cuts through federal funding, this deficit comes at a very challenging time for all of us. Hope the Mission urges the Board of Supervisors and all of our colleagues to include the funding in our homelessness county-wide fiscal plan. Real solutions come from collaboration and shared beliefs that everyone deserves dignity, love, and respect, and safe housing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Vicki Arenas with the Downtown Women's Center. We serve about 5,000 women and survivors of gender-based violence experiencing homelessness annually. You've all been committed to addressing this issue, and we appreciate the work of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing staff. Yet more than $200 million in homelessness programs remains unfunded at a time when federal and state cuts will add strain. Proposed reductions to programs like ICMS, master leasing, and time-limited subsidies will put residents at risk of losing housing they've worked so hard for and returning to the streets. These cuts would also lead to workforce layoffs, including many staff with lived experience working in this sector. We respectfully urge you to integrate homelessness into a county-wide fiscal plan that addresses this gap. We stand ready to work with you and to uphold the commitment voters made when they approved Measure A. Thank you for your partnership and your service.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Peral, and I'm here on behalf of the LA LGBT Center. Thank you for this presentation on the homelessness budget. We've been anxiously awaiting clarity on what services will realistically be able to sustain next year for our clients experiencing homelessness, and every update really matters. These past 2 weeks have been bleak for anyone invested in real solutions. The HUD COC announcement we all feared has now confirmed our worst case scenario. Between the HUD announcement and the county's proposed cuts, the future of 44 transitional living program beds, 6 transitional living slot placements, 5 bridge beds, and 9 crisis beds at the center is now uncertain. On top of that, we all continue to face longstanding structural barriers that too often prevent LGBTQ+ people, including people of color, older adults, and trans people in our community, from accessing safe and affirming housing. As more people flee hostile states, face family rejection, and arrive in LA looking for safety, our community is bearing the weight of a growing crisis with fewer and fewer resources.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Matthew Tekle with Safe Parking LA, here on behalf of the 21,000 people experiencing vehicular homelessness in Los Angeles County, the largest subgroup of unsheltered residents. While I appreciate the transparency and accountability shown by the Department of Homeless Services and Housing, I have grave concerns about the recommended Measure A funding cuts. The projected shortfall cannot fall on entire intervention strategies, including safe parking, which provides immediate safety and stability for people living in their vehicles. I appreciate the difficult fiscal realities, but these recommendations will undo years of progress overnight. A 25% reduction in 1 year is severe and undermines public trust, especially when voters provided a clear mandate to fund a continuum of services. Safe parking providers cannot absorb cuts of the scale without serious harm to the people we serve and the staff we employ. I implore the board to include homelessness in a countywide fiscal strategy that closes this gap and protects critical interventions like safe parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Shane Henson, Sean Morrissey, Janine Solario, Mari Manji, Brittany Mason, Gianna Luna Hernandez, Muzmi Elman, Janet Kelly, Ziki Sandoval, DeAndrea Davis, Selena Alvarez, Tara Brown, Dexter O'Connell, Dr. Credicule Truthbay, Erica Hartman, and Marcel Farmer. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Chris Namath with the Los Angeles LGBT Center. In addition to the budget deficits mentioned by the acting CEO in his report and as highlighted in the discussion, homeless programs are facing enormous funding gaps, and while I acknowledge the board's ongoing support of youth and young adults across all county programs and the hard work of HSH, we need to do more and fix the homeless revenue gap as part of the countywide budget strategy. As discussed, LA County voters, including myself, approved Measure A by a 16% margin. Through our votes, we identified homelessness as a priority, and just over a year later, we are proposing to eliminate a quarter of currently funded programs, including those designed to meet the unique needs of TAY. The LA LGBT Center alone will lose well over $2 million in programs and services in 2026. We serve more than 1,100 young people each year, and next year, more young people will come to us for help, but we'll have less housing and far fewer resources and supports to offer them, meaning more young people on the streets. LGBTQIA young people experiencing homelessness, just like all young people, need more than just beds, TAY services, programs.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Hannah Rudnick. I'm with the Hollywood Homeless Youth Partnership. I want to thank you for all of your hard work and the support that you've shown young people in the county. Because of the stated budget shortfalls, homeless services and programs are facing a massive funding crisis. We're grateful to the Department of Homeless Services and Housing staff for identifying extra money in additional revenue and cost savings, and yet a funding gap exceeding $200 million remains within the Measure A spending framework. Federal and state funding reductions will compound these changes. The programs curtailed in Measure A spending plan disproportionately affect transitional age youth, a population whose needs are often overlooked. Research shows that around 50% of critically homeless adults first experienced homelessness as young adults. Early intervention can break the cycle of long-term homelessness. As you work on the budget, we ask you to please find solutions outside Measure A to fund these critical services, and we look forward to partnering with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Wendy Wang, representing Sycamores. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to transition age youth. LA County faces extraordinary cost pressures on its budget. The HUD 2025 NOFO adds greater fiscal uncertainty and may even destabilize the region's homeless response system. After HHS leaders identified an additional $87 million, more than $200 million in gap in draft Measure A funding plan remains. Regarding Measure A prevention dollars and local solution funds, there's no guarantee that these dollars will be dedicated to vulnerable subpopulations, notably transition age youth. We therefore urge the board to preserve robust TAY services alongside TAY interim housing beds so that young people do not fall through the cracks or become chronically homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Stewart with Harbour Interfaith Services, speaking on Set Matter 1. First, I'd like to thank the Department of Homeless Services and Housing for the hard work that went into developing the fiscal year 26-27 Measure A spending plan. However, there still remains a $200 million gap in the spending plan. I am deeply concerned that 33 programs have been cut and many others significantly reduced. One of the most critical losses is the elimination of regional coordination. In each SPA, coordination is essential. With regional coordinating, the efforts will become siloed, resources are distributed efficiently, and providers lose the ability to collaborate effectively. Evidence has shown that regional coordination among cities and regions work together and create a cohesive network that shares resources, expertise, data, strengthening service delivery, and reducing duplication. We urge the Board of Supervisors to include homelessness in a comprehensive...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Sylvia Castillo, and I represent Genesee. We're an intervention and prevention organization that works on domestic violence and restoring families who have sustained sexual violence or violence in the home. We've heard from the supervisors today, and we're very appreciative of your passion and your dedication to the homelessness community. I'm here with all of my colleagues to urge you to fix the $200 million gap in the Measure A spending plan. Please include the homelessness programs in a county-wide fiscal plan that solves this gap and its shortfalls. So thank you for letting me speak to you today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I am Janine Solorio, Director of Housing Programs at The Whole Child, where we support thousands of children and families experiencing homelessness across the county. At Thanksgiving, we're reminded that everyone deserves safety, stability, and hope, especially kids. Yet, homeless services faces a serious funding gap. We appreciate county staff identifying $87 million in savings and new revenue, but a significant Measure A shortfall of more than $2 million remains, just as federal and state cuts threaten to deepen the crisis. We respectfully urge the board to include homelessness in a county-wide financial plan that addresses this gap. Doing so honors voters' commitment to Measure A and protects essential services that help families secure housing and rebuild their lives. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shane Henson with Inner City Law Center. We share others' deep concerns with these cuts. The county has scarce revenue and should preserve homeless programs that save the county money, transform people's lives, and open up shelter beds. The Countywide Benefits Entitlement Services Team, or CBEST, does all three. It helps unhoused people apply for disability benefits such as SSI, SSDI, and CAPI and appeal adverse decisions. CBEST saves the county money. It draws down state and federal resources that replace county GR payments. A homeless individual on GR receives $221 per month. If CBEST secures a homeless person benefits, their monthly income quadruples. No more GR payments, and the county is reimbursed for funds that are already expended if the award is retroactive. CBEST also receives $5 million in federal matching grants that the county will lose if it eliminates this program. More importantly, CBEST quadrupling homeless folks' income can transform their lives by allowing them to transition from shelter to permanent housing, opening up critical interim shelter beds for others in need. Please fund this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Zeke Sandoval with PATH, speaking on the Measure A spending plan. First, I want to thank you for the transparency and proactive communication so we have time to advocate and plan. We should all be frank. No one in this room thinks that this is an ideal budget to end homelessness, as was discussed earlier today. County staff have worked long hours on this budget, and I know they feel the same way. We're relieved that the plan, as currently proposed, seeks to sustain permanent supportive housing and interim beds, at least. To the extent that you can stave off other cuts to other programs, now is the time. So we ask the board to consider using every budgetary tool at your disposal to protect these life-saving housing and health programs. Voters continue to display their commitment to ending homelessness. If the state spent just 3% of its annual budget on homelessness, we could be out of this crisis in 12 years. Right now, the federal government is spending more time pushing people into homelessness through proposed cuts to permanent housing. So in the meantime, every one of us, county and all of your agencies, cities, businesses, everyday individuals, need to do everything we can to find creative solutions and partnerships to help our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Matthew Maggi with Inner City Law Center. Firstly, I want to agree with all of our partners in the homelessness service sector here. We provide legal services to assist our clients stay in their homes, exit shelters into permanent housing, and enter into interim and permanent housing from encampments. Just last week, the board voted to end veteran homelessness by 2028, yet one of the proposed homeless services cuts would eliminate the Homeless Veterans Program, which gets veterans into homes and actually saves the county money. The Homeless Veterans Project is the only legal program in LA County focused on getting veterans the benefits they need. It's remarkably effective. Last year, the program cost the county $759,000, but it obtained $4,949,000 in federal benefits for our clients. That is every dollar that was spent by the county brought in $6.50 that would federal dollars that otherwise would not come to LA. We have a 93% victory rate. We really need to make sure that the veterans who have served our country are not.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Sean Morrissey with Union Station Homeless Services, also a survivor of homelessness. So many are not. We affirm that the department made the right call in prioritizing permanent housing and interim housing. Those are core interventions that actually end homelessness, and staying focused on them is the most responsible thing HSH could do under these circumstances. But we also want to be clear about what this moment means for the system as a whole. This prioritization effectively closes the front door to new entrants. People who would otherwise have been brought into the system simply won't be able to get in. This isn't a criticism, it's the honest consequence of a funding gap that leaves the department choosing between the people already inside the system and the thousands still outside it. Our request is that the board recognize that reality and work urgently to restore enough funding so that we can stabilize what's working and keep the system open to the people who still need it. Lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Selena Alvarez. I am the Executive Director of Housing Works and an Altadena community member. I'm speaking on Set Matter 1 and general public comment. Zeroing out housing navigation removes the on-ramp to housing for thousands of people. Cutting nearly $18 million from ICMS, one of the county's most effective programs with a 95% retention rate, is dismantling what works. The proposed Measure A cuts will push people back into homelessness and destabilize the very workforce holding this system together. We call ourselves the trauma-informed and harm-reducing sector. The harm doesn't stop with the folks we serve. Those cuts will also devastate the frontline workforce, the case managers, outreach workers, housing navigators, and peers who do the hardest work in the system for some of the lowest wages. They are already exhausted, underpaid, and carrying trauma every day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Gianna Luna Hernandez with the Coalition for Responsible Community Development. I'm here to talk about the proposed cuts to core programs our TAY, transitional age youth, rely on. This budget deficit comes at a time when federal and state cuts will do more harm. As a TAY provider, programs like housing navigation was reduced to zero in the proposed plan. Housing navigation is essential to assist our transitional age youth with finding their own apartments and creating pathways out of interim housing. It assists programs like TLS with the housing search and navigating an already challenging system. Campus Peer Navigation, another essential program, as it has helped students who have fallen into homelessness become stably housed to finish their degrees. These program cuts result in more people staying homeless and provider burnout. Scaling back core services will take away the very tools we rely on to move people off the streets and into stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Erica Hartman, and I'm the CEO of Safe Place for Youth, serving over 1,000 homeless youth each year. I want to thank this board, your staff, and the HSH team for being such incredible champions for youth and preserving youth beds. We know the county is facing enormous budget challenges, and you are doing what you can to remain within the Measure A budget parameters. So I'm here to urge this board to look beyond the homeless services system and Measure A funding to maintain life-saving services. In particular, proportionally funding the youth system as separate from the adult system. The burden cannot be borne by the most vulnerable members of our community. Our unhoused neighbors and especially homeless youth are counting on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, supervisors. My name is DeAndrea Davis, and I'm here as a representative of HOPIX, the leading homeless service agency for single adults and families in SPA 6. You all have an opportunity to spare our unhoused neighbors from greater harm. Homeless programs are facing enormous funding gaps. Thank you to your staff at the new county department who found additional revenue and savings last week. However, this still leaves more than $200 million gap in the Measure A spending plan. This deficit comes at an adverse time when federal and state cuts are happening. When these programs are cut, we don't save money. We shift these costs to hospitals, emergency rooms, jails, and ultimately sending people back to the streets. We're urging you all to include homelessness in a county-wide fiscal plan that solves this gap and other shortfalls. We urge you to continue to work with providers to identify solutions to protect the county's progress, uphold the Measure A commitments, and most importantly, prevent people from coming back homeless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. Dexter O'Connell with Safe Place for Youth. It is, as always, a genuine pleasure to be here with you. I want to thank the staff of all of the county departments who have been working on this issue for the effort that they have put in, especially around the homelessness budget. Your CEO said it was important to shift funds from low to high priority, and we know that you've articulated both that homelessness is a priority and within that transition age youth are a priority for you. So SPY is deeply appreciative of your continued support of young people. We encourage you to make sure that the budget process does not neglect their unique needs. We urge you to preserve robust, separate, and intentional services for TAY. SPY and our partners look forward to working together with you to support the broader social safety net that our members depend on in other parts of the budget, to reinforce and enhance TAY-specific services, and to lock arms with your lobbyists to shake down Sacramento for the money that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Great. Janet Kelly, Executive Director of Sanctuary of Hope. November is Youth Hope Month, a reminder that our young people deserve stability, safety, and a promising future. We serve over 1,200 TAY who are aging out of the foster care system, surviving family conflict, or experiencing homelessness for the first time. These young people rely on programs that are now facing elimination. The proposed Measure 8 cuts, especially to youth family reconnection, youth CES collaboration, and campus peer navigation, remove the very tools that prevent youth from falling into long-term homelessness. They aren't fringe programs, they are lifelines. Cutting them will push more young people into a crisis. If we want to reach functional zero in youth homelessness, we must protect youth services, not dismantle them. We urge the boards to address the $200 million gap with a countywide budget strategy. And our youth deserve better. Please preserve these programs and
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Tara Brown with Upward Bound House. I want to commend the county department for their diligent work in finding $87 million to close the funding gap. And I understand that they are trying to squeeze more juice from these same lemons. We thank the department for maintaining interim and permanent housing for families, but we didn't move the needle with any single intervention. At Upward Bound House, we moved the needle by putting more than 200 families into permanent housing through coordinated efforts. The success of any system will depend on some of its parts, and when you make cuts to some parts, you impact all parts by increasing demand on fewer resources and likely making services less effective. Less funding is more stress on providers, more gridlock, and less favorable outcomes, as more of our unhoused neighbors will be told to take a number and wait. The voters are expecting further progress, not further excuses. We implore the county to identify funding beyond Measure A to address this crisis, because we can't expect to make better outcomes by squeezing more juice from even less lemons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Muzma Aleman, and I'm speaking on Senate Matter 1 and general public comment. I'm here today representing Jóvenes, a transitional age youth housing provider. I'm here to call attention to the enormous funding gap facing homelessness services. We are deeply concerned about the massive deficit in the Measure A spending plan, especially on top of looming state and federal cuts. As a TAY provider, one of the most harmful cuts we see is to complete removal of regional coordination. The creation of TAY regional coordination system has formed a critical infrastructure for youth throughout LA County, specifically in less resourced areas like East and Southeast LA. Cuts extremes will dismantle a TAY system that many in this room, youth advocates, and even you all helped to create. The effects will be exponential as this next generation of homelessness youth are forced to face this crisis alone. This is why TAY providers stand united in the broader homeless sector and calling for county-wide solutions for next year's revenue shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Olga Flores with the Village Family Services, the Youth Coordinated Entry System Lead Agency for SPA 2. I'm here as a provider to emphasize how important it is to address the homeless revenue gap as part of that county-wide strategy. Under the current Measure 8 spending plan, nearly a quarter of homelessness programs would be reduced or eliminated. Programs voters approved just last year and that helped support 2 consecutive years of declining homelessness. For the most vulnerable youth and families we serve, sustaining that progress is essential. Many individuals, youth, and families are at risk of losing their housing and returning into homelessness. Nearly $200 million shortfall of this scale impacts every part of our system: prevention, housing navigation, regional coordination, and stabilization. These services aren't optional. They are the backbone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good day, Supervisors. Erica Hoitzma from Sycamores. I want to thank you for your continued support and commitment to the young people in Los Angeles County. As we move forward with homeless planning, it is essential that TASE services and beds remain distinct from adult services, lest youth choose homelessness rather than an adult system that does not meet their needs. Maintaining a well-rounded TASE system prevents young people from becoming chronically homeless. Services like case management, regional coordination, problem solving, and Connect LA are key in providing guidance, linkage, and life skills TAE need to make housing placements sustainable and permanent. Lastly, I want to join my colleagues in urging the county to continue exploring additional funding sources for homeless services across all populations in order to avoid the negative consequences and costs that will then affect healthcare, incarceration, and other systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Marcel Farmer. I am currently housed in temporary housing at TLS Home at Last. Just this morning, I was verbally assaulted by my case manager, Angela Cabos, because I asked for my HMIS number and my case file so I can notify HUD of my housing situation. She threatened to exit me from the program for being a troublemaker and called me mentally ill. I've had my HMIS number since 2019 with no housing. What budget does the county have for protection against these caseworkers who threaten clients for trying to receive information and help on their cases? I feel anxiety and fear for speaking up. I need assistance, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, so the budget is.
We have someone over to the left. If you could raise your hand, we'll see if we can assist you. Executive officer, is there someone over there? Okay.
Can I reclaim my time, Catherine Barger? Thank you. All right, so we have a housing voucher issue. As I was talking to Auntie Maxine this morning, great presentation, by the way, and asked her about the housing vouchers from federal government. She said it was the Republicans' fault is the reason why the housing vouchers in LA County is not being dispersed. I didn't know HUD was a Republican or Democratic party, but that's the answer she gave me. So Auntie Maxine, we'll talk about that later. Right now, you got an issue, Ms. Solis, particularly with clients who have housing vouchers are not given to the clients. They are given to gang members like MS-13, okay, that are living there. You have to really oversee these housing vouchers that are going to these agencies like PATH, First at Last, Home at Last, First to Serve, so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do, Dr. Critical Truth Bay, policy analyst for the 6th region, because you keep telling me I don't say my name. I will help you with the federal funding for LA County. Just make sure you oversee.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank
Hello, my name is Lydia Schmitz. Unfortunately, I had to go through the housing process, and I was at this shelter for women fleeing domestic violence, where I experienced a lot of domestic violence in the shelter. So I was placed in housing. I got an apartment. I signed a lease in December of last year, so like a year ago. And then for 5 months, they just kind of gave me this runaround that the apartment wasn't ready, that they're blah, 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 all these excuses. So I went to the building, I went to the apartment where I was supposed to move into, and there was a guy like living there, like for 5 months, I guess, I assume, like under my lease. And so it's pretty crazy. They're kind of scamming a lot of people and taking advantage of a lot of people in this system and not providing them with housing and sort of using them for other reasons and stuff. Not to mention, I mean, these shelters are insanely abusive and chaotic and hectic and not healthy.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
All right, without objection, that will be the order. We're now going to move on to public hearing items. Executive Officer, please swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on these items.
Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. You may be seated. We will now move on to item 2, hearing on ordinances. For adoption, amending County Codes Title 26 Building Code, Title 27 Electrical Code, Title 28 Plumbing Code, Title 29 Mechanical Code, Title 30 Residential Code, Title 31 Green Building Standards Code, and Title 33 Existing Building Code to repeal those provisions of the building codes which incorporated by reference portions of the 2022 edition of the California Building Codes and replace them with provisions incorporating by reference portions of the 2025 California Building Codes. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received. Representative Luis Ramirez from the Department of Public Works is available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. If you could keep your tone to a whisper back there. Heavenly. All right. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
Would the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Critical Truth Bay, Hillary Reed, Karen Bagnard, Carl Losher, Lucy Lloyd, Ian Sivolkos, Mary Lintz Peterson. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 2, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Anthony Dente, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Anthony Dente, I'm a licensed engineer in California and CEO of Verton Structural Engineers. For 18 years, I've conducted structural engineering design on residential and commercial buildings, often in high seismic zones. I was the lead engineer for multiple international residential code appendices for alternative materials, including hempcrete construction, monolithic adobe construction, and I'm the chair of the structural subcommittee for the TMS development of the contemporary adobe code. Worked a lot on the straw construction. My office assists many clients with safe, seismically safe, conservative engineering solutions for alternative non-codified structural elements. And I urge you to support and being open to alternative material submissions under the CBC, because from my experience, when a building component does not have a clear accessible path to permitting and owners choose to build without a permit, there are often structural safety issues that go far beyond the wall system itself and include structural aspects from roof to foundations. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Miller, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Local business owner and architect. I just want to speak that I think that there's a conception about some of these constructions that they may not be as fire resistant, but it's actually quite the opposite. A lot of these assemblies that we're talking about the adobe construction, compressed block, the straw bale construction, they actually have a higher fire resistivity than a lot of the current code assemblies that can be used. And this is really important as these fires tend to move forward, as we saw in the London fires, starting to push density down and include fire breaks between houses. The Chicago fires prohibiting balloon framing, that had that code been enacted sooner, the loss of life would have been less severe. And we really need a code to help us now and find a more expedient pathway to permit from these structures through inspection, through C of O, and create more robust assemblies that can assist in compartmentalizing fires. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Grail, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Good morning, and thank you to the supervisors. I wanted to talk a little bit about these appendices that are not going to get adopted this time, but from a contractor's perspective, the conversation about earthen and bio-based building materials is not abstract. It's about resilience, not only fire resistant, but also overall durability, resistance to heat, smoke, embers, mold, moisture cycling, and long-term degradation. We're seeing clear signals in my business from the community since the fires in January. I've had a lot more homeowners asking about these strategies than in previous years, and I don't think people want to rebuild with the same vulnerable materials that failed them. And a lot of them understand how plastic and foam-based assemblies contribute to hotter, more toxic fire events. There's enormous product market fit here. Homeowners want safer, healthier, more resilient buildings, and contractors want assemblies that exceed code mandates and reduce risk. And then regulators want alignment with long-term sustainability goals.
Thank you. Dave Roche, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to our voices here. As a homeowner in LA County, it was terrifying to watch helplessly as our house came uncomfortably close to burning in the fires in January. I was lucky this time, but it feels like just a matter of time before it's my turn. I've looked into building using natural, safe, and fire-resistant materials, and I was shocked, saddened, and incredibly frustrated to find that in LA County, homeowners are literally from building in fire-resistant ways and are forced to use the same building materials that we know are going to burn in the fire. This is why while they're available and approved in neighboring states that are fire safe. We're stuck in a vicious cycle of burning, rebuilding, and burning again, using the same flammable materials we've used for decades, wondering why the cycle continues. I ask that this body work aggressively with local organizations and the state on behalf of California homeowners to champion and offer a natural and proven fire-safe construction.
Thank you. Allie Keenan, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
My name is Allie Keenan, and I am a local architect in Los Angeles. I also urge the county to become allies in adopting the natural building appendices. We have seen the toxic impacts of conventional construction materials in the aftermath of the fire. Our soil has been poisoned, our water contaminated, our air quality at dangerous levels. These chemicals all have serious health impacts, including cancer, hormone disruption, infertility, nervous system disorders. Homeowners are asking for healthier alternatives. Los Angeles is considered a global hub for wellness innovation, and as an architect advocating for public health, it would be a huge miss to not offer rebuilding and general building opportunities with earthen and bio-based building materials that can mitigate all of these crises. These materials also improve the indoor air quality, actively cleaning our breathing air, and pose no threat to the environment at the end of their lives, none of which can be said for concrete, foam, and plastic. I urge council to please become an ally.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 2 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
My name is Karen Banyard.
Let's get your.
I am 80 years old and was burned out of my home of 51 years in Altadena. And I'm here representing myself and every person that was burned out or displaced. And I was heartened to hear the opening of this meeting was all about preserving our earth and being reverent to the land. This is what our ancestors did, and yet there are barriers to building in a way that is sustainable and affordable and will be basically non-toxic. I know that more fires are coming, and we're building back with the same materials that will continue to provide toxins in our environment. Even my oncologist
Thank
said—
you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Hillary Reed. I am part of this collective that is championing for alternative materials to build back in a more resilient and longer lasting form. The CEO said the second thing that keeps him up at night is disaster. And we know we're heading towards more and more disasters, whether it's in Southern California or Northern California. I live in a historic adobe in South Pasadena, and I grew up, I'm a California native right around the corner from another adobe. It really prompted me as an executive and as a creative to think differently about how I can support this generation and next with better building materials. We are currently producing compressed earth block materials that become a solution rather than another thing that needs to be funded for clients like Karen to build back in a way that she can see will endure for generations to come. I urge you to partner with us to go to the state level and make sure that these appendices are considered.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ben Loescher, architect. I live in practice in District 1. I've authored portions of the building codes used in Los Angeles County. and firmly believe in their ability to make our community safer and more sustainable. But I regret today that you will not be adopting proposed code provisions for fire-resistant and carbon beneficial materials that our county desperately needs. You're hearing from engineers that cob, light straw clay, and hemp line can be used appropriately in seismic zones. You're hearing from your constituents that they want options to use carbon beneficial materials that do not contribute to the frequency and intensity of the same fires that destroyed their homes. Your public works staff has met with the authors of these appendices, but you will not be adopting them. You will not be adopting them because this summer, with AB 130, the state legislature took away your ability to make Los Angeles County safer and more sustainable. Please join us in changing this. There's an earthen building on the county seal. Let's put it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lucy Lloyd, and I'm an architectural designer and LA County resident. Our work at Loescher Meacham Architects includes regularly designing and permitting projects using bio-based materials in neighboring counties, but we have eager clients, both real and prospective, in LA County that want to do the same. We care deeply about the safety of the buildings we design. If the Board of Supervisors will not adopt these bio-based residential appendices, we have 2 requests that could allow us to continue our work without them. The first is to make it easy and cost-effective for residents to submit alternative means and methods requests. This step has allowed us to get these projects permitted in San Bernardino County, and it has also helped us build a great working relationship with county officials there. The second request is for the board to issue a statement to the state legislature expressing a desire for the state to adopt codes and standards for carbon beneficial, fire-resistant, earthen, and bio-based construction. It's imperative that the state level receives pressure from the county level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jens Polokis. I'm a county resident, local architect, and small business owner. I've been working with multiple families in rebuilding the rebuilding effort after the Altadena and Palisades fire, and they're asking for all these examples that you've heard my other colleagues mention repeatedly since the wildfires. I have heard other architects, contractors, homeowners, and suppliers report the greatness of concrete and foam, but we know that those will just cause future harm. The natural building systems in these dependencies are resilient. They are low carbon or even carbon negative, helping reverse the effects of climate change, while concrete, plastic, and foam only increase our carbon debt. These building systems are healthier for people, animals, and the environment. The homeowners are requesting these systems, but by not adopting dependencies at the state level, we are inadvertently prevented from using them, at least with ease. Please work with us to create a pathway for a healthier homes for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Mary Alice Pedersen. I lost my home to the Eaton fire due to SCE negligence and LA County Fire Department incompetence in abandoning West Altadena. I'm here today because I need to rebuild, and I want to do so as fire resiliently, sustainably, carbon reducing, non-toxically, and radically affordably as possible. Please do not adopt this building code without including the 3 earth and bio-based dependencies already adopted nationally: hemp lime, clay straw, and monolithic adobe. My masonry house of 100 years did not survive. My cob fire pit and all of the other cob structures in Altadena did survive. It's made of dirt or sand and clay and straw that's waste from rice and wheat. Architects, including Ben Lesher and others, have done the work to ensure that it's viable, safe, and even in earthquake country. Perhaps you received our letter. We need your bold leadership to help us implement these bio-based options. Please don't let AB 130 make us wait another 6 years. We've done the experimenting. This works. We let my people build green.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Bill Green. I love that. Yeah, so when you reevaluate these county codes to strengthen, fully enforce building codes to protect residents, especially families living in older substandard housing, need transparent inspections, accountability, especially for negligent property owners, mandatory compliance, modern safety standards. Strong building codes save lives, as we just heard from your previous constituents, how we need to rebuild and rebuild better. But of course, everything needs to be cost efficient and green. So embrace the independent contractors that have solutions to actually rebuild. Don't use in-house to mismanage millions of dollars that we already don't have. In short, to have energy efficient designs, rental and public safety. So I know you guys are going to do the right thing, but thank you for putting this on the agenda.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I have some questions for staff based on the comments made, because I've been up and talked to survivors that are building with fire-resistant materials as we speak. How is this ordinance today, if adopted, going to impact the ability for homeowners to incorporate new technologies into their rebuilding effort?
Thank you, Supervisor. Luis Ramirez, I'm with LA County Public Works. So we do have a path by which folks can submit alternate building materials and have them approved for implementation in the construction of homes. That path has always existed, and the adoption of the building codes does not prevent folks from coming back and submitting alternate building materials.
Are we in the process of pre-approving so that they don't have to wait? Because that would be a delay to have to approve of any materials that they want to use that may not be on the list of approved.
So we do that on a case-by-case basis. There are materials that have already been approved, which they can use. It's when a new building material that hasn't been utilized in LA County is put forth that we go through the process of evaluating it and then approving it and putting it on a list of approved materials. It's not just materials, but it's also alternate building systems.
Okay, because one of the things that I learned, and I went down and saw a development down in Rancho Bernardo that was built with all fire-resistant materials, from landscaping, everything. And I would hope that we would, and I found out that the cost is not that much greater.
That is correct.
Than the actual cost to rebuild. And if you factor in the fact that now insurance is willing to write,
yes,
you're actually, it's probably saving you money.
Yeah.
And so my question to you is, how can we accelerate that process to educate the survivors that are rebuilding as we speak about the opportunities to build in a way that is going to not only be fire resistant, but also could impact their ability to get insurance?
Yes, so we have been doing that throughout the rebuild process, Supervisor. In fact, if you go to the LA County Recovery website, there is a section where we have a list of resilient building materials and methods that can be implemented to make sure that homes are built in a way that they are able to withstand future disasters like the ones we encountered in January in Altadena and Palisades. We've also held workshops where we are going in depth with regards to what materials can be used. The current code will implement the WUI codes, which is the Wildland Urban Interface Code, which really begins to look at building systems and materials that ensure that homes that are built within high fire hazard zones are able to withstand these fires. So in essence, the code really does bring forth the latest in technology to be able to make sure that homes are resilient.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from my colleagues, we've heard public comment. This will be a motion by Supervisor Hahn. I'll second it. Executive Officer, please call the roll. Thank you for this.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker? Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And then to the survivors that came down, thank you. My staff is out there. We're going to incorporate some of the comments. I know my chief of staff's out with the other two individuals, but I think communication is important, and educating us in terms of what you're going through so that we can address it with our system. So thank you.
We will now move on to item 3, Hearing on the appeal of project number 2019-000010-3 to authorize the construction of 4 single-family residences on 4 adjacent parcels with a total area of 16.1 acres, as well as encroachments into the protected zones of 12 oak trees located within the Santa Monica Mountains planning area. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 on the telephone. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received. Representatives from the Department of Regional Planning are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Okay, we are now going to hear from the applicant, from the appellant, Joan Slimoski, is that correct? Slimoski, who will be given a total of 2 minutes, so you can come forward. And then we will hear from the applicant, Elisa Pastor-Rand, who will be given a total of 2 minutes as well. So we'll begin with you as the appellant. Welcome, and thank you for waiting. We'll have your mic on too.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, honorable supervisors. The Las Virgenes Homeowners Association is requesting that you support our appeal based on this project proposed for mega mansions, a subdivision, 4-lot subdivision in the Santa Monica Mountains. The lots were approved 45 years ago. Our contention is that this is a maximization, a discretionary maximization of this property, that only with no constraints are they allowed to go to maximization. Maximization is a ceiling, not a baseline guarantee, despite what the developer wants. Our appeal is based on lack of protection for sensitive habitat, including pristine designated Coal Creek, and the avoidance of hazards, especially as you know what we've gone through in the last 8-10 months. The Federation is supporting strongly conservation, resource conservation over development in the coastal area. And we feel that the county has not, despite what the planning says that they have claimed conformity to the LCP, that it needs to be looked at again very thoroughly. We are asking that county planning go back, look at the project approved or at least looked at initially in 19, a long time ago. We also request a continuation from on this agenda because of an unfortunate
Thank you. Now we will hear from the applicant. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Elisa Pastor. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. First and foremost, we certainly object to any continuance. This is now the 11th hearing on this matter. The county has already violated the Housing Accountability Act, which only allows 5 hearings on any housing development project. And so we certainly object to any hearing. We have entered into a tolling agreement with the county on the violation of the HAA issue. And so we definitely do not want any kind of continuance. First and foremost, this is an infill project. So the project is surrounded by development on 3 sides, and there's an existing road and grading on the site. At the Regional Planning Commission, Commissioner O'Connor said, quote, "If you're going to talk about resource conservation, you would want to put whatever new development is going in this area rather than having it sprawling into other areas of the mountains." In addition, there's a letter in the file from Bob Holloway. He's a retired LAFD captain with 37 years of experience. His expert testimony shows that, in fact, by what you have now is this open field where fire can just like race through. However, if you have homes that are built to standards which are actually above and beyond the existing code with things like fire sprinklers on the roof, which is something that is allowed by code, that in fact the fire risk in this area will be better. With regards to the maximization, our architect is going to speak during public comment, and he will talk about how actually we are not maximizing these lots. These homes are smaller than the average size of the homes in the area, which is about 4,200 square feet. In addition, more than 75% of the land area is undeveloped, and we are donating a huge conservation easement to the MRCA. Please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. I have some questions for the Department of Regional Planning. The board letter identifies that the proposed homes are comparable in size to existing homes in the neighborhood. What is the range of existing home sizes within 700 feet of the site, and how do they compare to the home sizes proposed as part of this project that's before us today?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Tyler Montgomery. I'm a principal planner with the Department of Regional Planning. There are 28 homes on 38 properties within 700-foot radius of the project site. These 28 homes have an average size of 4,224 square feet. The proposed homes range in size from 3,291 to 4,186 square feet, which is less than the average size of the surrounding homes, so staff believes they're compatible with the surrounding area.
Thank you. And I know that there have been concerns cited regarding fire safety, fuel modification, and H2 habitat. Can you explain what efforts and design elements have been incorporated into this project to mitigate impacts to the H2 habitat fuel modification?
Sure. So lots 1 and 2 are 1 acre and 1.2 acres in size, respectively, which is relatively small. As a result, any development on either lot would require fuel modification of the entire lot, as the fire department requires a 200-foot fuel modification radius for habitable structures. Off-site fuel modification will not impact adjacent properties to the east and west because they're all mapped H3 habitat, which is less sensitive than the H2 habitat. Further reducing the size of these homes would have minimal effects regarding the impact to H2 habitat. There's the other 2 lots. The H2 habitat impact on lot 3 was reduced by 4,000 square feet because the home square footage was reduced by approximately 20% in comparison to the average square footage of the other 3 homes, which was a recommendation of staff. Continuing to reduce the home's footprint would have an increasingly diminishing returns for H2 habitat preservation. Thus, staff believes the home's proposed size represents a satisfactory balance between development and preservation. Finally, the location of the proposed home on the southeastern portion of Lot 4, as recommended by staff, places it at the furthest possible location from H2 habitat, which is to the northwest. As a result, there's no direct development or irrigated fuel modification proposed with an H2 habitat. In addition, conditions of approval require a habitat restoration plan for previously disturbed areas, and any impact to H2 habitat must be mitigated through payment of a habitat in lieu fee or direct restoration, either on-site or off-site.
Thank you. I understand that the project, and I think it was referenced by the applicant, has been in the planning process for several years. Can you identify what type of coordination efforts were made to modify the project design and describe how this project has evolved during this time?
Certainly. During the public hearing process, in response to concerns that were expressed by the Cold Creek Community Council, the applicant, in coordination with staff, redesigned the homes on lots 3 and 4. The footprint and square footage of the home on lot 3 was reduced by 20%, and the home on lot 4 was moved approximately 20 feet to the south. These actions reduced the proposed field modification within H2 habitat by 4,264 square feet on lot 3 and 5,717 square feet on lot 4. Also, in response to concerns expressed by the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the conditions of approval were modified to include a dedicated 45-foot wide wildlife movement corridor adjacent to the western boundary of the project site. Finally, the applicant has volunteered 2 additional conditions of approval to further address area residents' concerns, which are included in the recommended motion. The first of these conditions directs the applicants to coordinate with the property owner to the east of Lot 4 to place a 3-foot wide landscape buffer between the proposed residence and the property line 10 feet away. The second condition mandates a number of good neighbor construction practices that include notification and consultation with neighboring property owners at least 2 weeks prior to any construction activities. The resulting project is more consistent with numerous goals and policies of the Santa Monica Mountains Local Coastal Program.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead now and ask for public comment on this matter. And thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Liam Lynch, Suzanne Good, Isaac Zachary, Myreed McMillan, Douglas Dorsky, Michael Blodgett, Rob Holloway, Dr. Critical Truthbay, Gilly Zachary. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 3, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press star 3 on your telephone now. Oida Biddle, your line is unmuted. Please begin. Oida Biddle, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
In the last several years that this project has been under development, the science of fire analysis has evolved. And I urge any interested parties to read a recent paper in Nature Communications called Fire Risk to Structures in California Wildland Urban Interface, which indicates that essentially projects of this scale should not be built at all in this habitat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 3 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Honorary Supervisors, my name is Liam Lynch, a neighbor to the development. Mr. Montgomery referenced that lot number 4 is 10 feet off the adjacent neighbor's fence line. That is my home. In July of 2024, the county made a recommendation that for lot number 3 and lot number 4, that the building size and surrounding area would have more defensible space and reduced footprint. A decision was made to reduce the footprint of lot number 3. Lot number 4, which already had been closer to our home and an adjacent neighbor, was kept to the same size. It was moved southerly, which actually moved it closer to both homes. It is putting us and future residents in mortal danger of fire threat. I urge you to reduce the footprint and to not go to maximization of building area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Suzanne Good, representing the Cold Creek Community Council. The development project is located within the Cold Creek watershed, which is the most pristine watershed in the Santa Monica Mountains, and was the primary reason and one of the reasons why the Santa Monica Mountains LCP was approved to protect these sensitive resources. The LCP also allows the county to allow smaller footprints, smaller building size areas than the maximum. Yet this project has been allowed to go through the entire planning process at the maximum with the maximum size building pads. This project, having been subdivided many, many years ago, would never be allowed today under today's LCP. We feel it is incumbent upon the supervisors to reduce the impacts to emphasize the resource protection mandate of the county's LCP. Thank you.
Hello, Mairead McMullen, in favor of the appeal from the Federation. The new home on Lot 4 will be 60 feet from our home. That is less than the 100 feet recommended distance. I'm grateful to still have a home in the Mulholland Rural Corridor, but if that home goes up, we will lose our insurance and we will also lose defensible space between us and our potential new neighbors. I truly feel there's a compromise that can be made here. We respect Mr. Zachary's right to develop the land that he has bought and worked hard to get permits for, but we just ask to do it in concert with a community that's trying to protect the fire situation that will come to our door again. And we're very sad that our representative is not sitting there, but I trust in all of you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Before you start, there was state legislation passed that mandates that she recuse herself because of a donation that was given. So she would want to be here, but once again, the state passed a law.
Please begin.
Isaac Zachary, I'm the owner of the property. On January 2nd, 2019, that's the date that we submitted the drawing to the county. Since then, we work with the county with all the restrictions, all the requirements, and there are many of them. And 7 years later, I'm standing here in front of you. As permitted by the county, we will install an additional 3-foot landscape buffer on the eastern border where Lot 4 is adjacent to the structure. We will do the courtesy pre-construction notice to nearby neighbors 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time with the construction schedule, work hours, and any all routes. We will maintain one dedicated contact.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am Doug Dworsky, the architect for the proposed homes. These homes have not been maximized as argued by the appellants. Many are smaller and shorter than is permitted, as discussed in our supplemental materials. We reduced the size of the development on Lot 3 by 20% at the request of staff. Large portions of the homes on all the lots are less than the 18-foot height limit. Most importantly, on Lot 4, the one closest to our neighbors, where the entire home is significantly less than the 18-foot height limit, to intentionally minimize the impact on the neighbors. We could have maximized development by making the homes entirely 18-foot in height or by incorporating a basement, but we did not do so. Additionally, only 1 to 15% of each lot is part of the developed site area. We are also not requesting any variances. Please deny the repeal.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Gilly Zachary. I'm part of the ownership. Bob Holloway submitted a letter to you guys, but he intended to speak and had to leave, so I'd like to point out some of the points in his letter. The project is going above and beyond building code with respect to fire safety in a few ways. One is fire resistance using dense glass sheeting and or cement under all exterior cladded material. We are substituting wood siding with composite siding. We're installing fire sprinkler systems on the roof of all residences as long as it is allowed by the county. The project is consistent with the zero zone requirements, which are not yet adopted. This means that the homes already have a 5-foot wide paved perimeter around the homes for the fire department access. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that the Los Angeles County can meet its housing goals responsibly, even in fire-prone areas, by prioritizing infill over sprawl. We've also reached out to the neighbors and the Federation to try to come to some sort of agreement, but they denied. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, so it's going to be a very simple public comment. So the Stevenson family is a family that qualifies to move into this building. They have been through the homeless ringer for the last 2.5 years, family of 8.
Is this regarding our item that's before us right now?
Yes. So you're talking about the appeal of the project, right? Well, I'm against that appeal because we want it built for unhoused families who need a location to stay, right? Santa Monica Mountains planning area, which is a very swanky area, Catherine Barger. So you need to have District 5 very sensitive to unhoused individuals, from your staff members answering the phones to the case managers in District 5. But nonetheless, to consider the Stevenson family for this project building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, so my name is Lydia Schmitz. So I wanted to
ask about or talk about the Housing First program that happened in Salt Lake City.
This is regarding a specific project.
Yeah, and that it is regarding that actually. So let me
Talk
let
about
me
the
speak
specific
really quick.
project and the appeal.
Okay, well, let me say that there is. Guys, can you start my time over again?
No, keep going.
Okay, so Housing First, the budget was $20 billion, and then
This
it ended
is
up
regarding
getting
a
$250
specific
billion.
project. So if you want to come back during public comment, shut off her
Lady,
mic.
I'm trying to talk.
Shut off her mic. All right, any other public comment?
No. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item, and it would be appropriate to close the public hearing.
All right. We have received and heard testimony from the developer as well as county staff and members of the public. I thank you all for being here. After careful consideration, a hearing officer and the Regional Planning Commission ultimately approved the homes, and I am comfortable with excuse me. Would you please sit down? Would you please sit down? I'm going to ask you to speak down. You can speak under public comment. I'm going to once again ask you, I don't want to have to escort you out with your child. All right. I'm going to once again ask you to sit down. You can speak in public comment, which is coming up after this item. Okay, then speak specifically on this item. On this item specifically. Okay, specifically on this item. Go ahead.
Yes, because I think that you're very abrasive with people, and you should give them. See how you so hard with people?
Okay,
I think that my
speak
children
on this
are
item.
amazingly talented young artists. Look at the art my son did on my pants. He did this with bleach. My children are being tormented, and we were thrown out during the rainstorm when PATH had put up an emergency warning for people not to go out. They still came in and threw us out when my baby
this is
was
not on
5
this
days
item,
old.
ma'am.
The Genesee Center
I'm gonna
threw us
ask
out,
someone
and
from-
then after that, they posted my pictures of.
So, excuse me, I'm going to ask someone from our housing over here, the homeless, if you can talk to her and get me the information as to what's going on. I'm going to have someone talk to you, all right? Thank you, thank you. Someone's going to help you, and then I want to be briefed on what the issue is. Okay, so as I said, after careful consideration, the hearing officer and the Regional Planning Commission, I'm going to ask that she be removed if she will not comply. Okay. After careful consideration, a hearing officer and the Regional Planning Commission ultimately approved the items, and I am comfortable with recommending that my colleagues deny the appeal with the additional conditions recommended by county staff and agreed to by the applicant. These conditions will address the concerns raised in the appeal and minimize construction impacts to the neighborhood without downsizing. Okay. All right, would someone please escort her out with a caseworker that can help her? Please, I apologize. All right. You know, it's unfortunate because you've got a child with you, and that's why I'm not comfortable with where this is going. So if you could just walk her out, I still want to get her information and see how we can help her. All right. We're going to get information. I think we all want a briefing on this matter. All right. So as I said, these conditions will address the concerns raised in the appeal and minimize construction impacts to the neighborhood without downsizing or rendering the project infeasible. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors, 1, close the public hearing for project number 2019-00010, parentheses 3, consisting of minor coastal development, permit number RPPL 2019000016, RPPL 20190000017, RPL 20190000018, and RPPL 201900019. 2, indicate its intent to adopt and mitigate negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program associated with environmental assessment number RPP L20230001199, finding that the project will not have a significant impact on the environment with the implementation of the proposed mitigation measures. 3, indicate its intent to deny the appeal of the Regional Planning Commission's approval of the project and to uphold the Commission's approval of the project with 2 additional conditions of approval. Instruct County Council to prepare the necessary findings to uphold the approval of the project with the following 2 additional conditions of approval. A, within 30 days after the Board of Supervisors adopts the findings and conditions, the permittee shall submit a revised Exhibit A to the Director of Regional Planning depicting an enhanced landscaping buffer of at least 3 feet on width along the portion of the eastern property line that adjoins any structure in the neighboring property at 24879 Mulholland Highway. The permittee shall coordinate with the neighboring property owner regarding the height of the additional landscaping, which shall be subject to approval by the director. Compliance with this condition shall be to the satisfaction of the director. And B, the permittee shall implement the following good neighbor construction practices. 1, pre-construction notice at least 2 weeks before construction starts. The permittee shall provide a courtesy notice to property owners within 1,000-foot radius of the project site that includes the tentative construction schedules, work hours, and any haul routes. 2, single point of contact. The permittee shall maintain 1 dedicated point of contact during the full construction period and shall post a sign on the project site adjoining Mulholland Highway that is at least 4 feet above ground level and at least 2 feet in width and 3 feet in length. That includes the person's name, phone number, and an email address. 3, construction hours. The permittee shall limit construction activities to the hours allowed by the county code. And for worker parking, during all construction hours, the permittee shall ensure that all crew vehicles are parked on site or in designated areas with no parking in any public right-of-way. And then 5, dust mitigation. The permittee shall use water trucks as needed, cover stockpiles, stabilize site entrances, enforce a 15-mile-per-hour on-site speed limit, and comply with all dust mitigation standards required by the county code. And last but not least, dark sky compliant lighting. During construction, the permittee shall only use shielded, downward aimed, motion activated security lighting with no constant illumination. With that, the motion is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Executive Officer, will you please call the roll?
Madam Chair, public hearing is now closed. Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Berger.
Aye.
Supervisor Berger, aye. Motion carries 4-0. We will now move on to public comment on items not held by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. At this time, we will hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature. If you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone. Please indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in the beginning of your comment for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion, including closed session items and general public comment. Jerry Jones, Everett Taylor, Madi Manji, Brittany Mason, Heather Moore, Gianna Luna Hernandez, Muzmi Elman, Janet Kelly, DeAndrea Davis, Selena Alvarez, Tara Brown, Mari Alice Peterson, Erica Hartman, Marcel Farmer, Olga Flores, Joseph Ramos, and Dr. Critical Truth Bay. Will caller please state your name and begin?
Yes, as an LA resident,
I recently called in to make some public comments regarding street takeovers. In today's society, law and order is wrapped up nicely in a bow within 1 hour. It was a little blurb on the local news regarding law enforcement's follow-up regarding street takeovers, because I was critical regarding the lack of law enforcement's handling of street takeovers right in front of them. So I appreciate law enforcement's efforts, and I'm hoping that that little burp will be only the beginning to law enforcement and societies looking back on street takeovers in the near future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Well, caller 909595, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and the agenda items that you're addressing.
This is Roy Humphreys, Roland Heights, General Public Comment. I called Supervisor Mitchell's office asking to be provided with a list of any and all ethnic or racial groups who have burned and looted their own towns, businesses, and murdered innocent persons in their protest of perceived wrong by another ethnic or racial group. I'm still waiting for that to come back. And do Black Lives really matter? There's some consideration for that. And check out Jesse Peterson, Alan West, Thomas Sowell, and Candace Owen, and get their Candace Owen's White Lives Matter T-shirt. Victor Davis Hanson is a little salt and pepper in the situation. And I'm still waiting for the declaration of the May 4th as the Roy Humphreys Day for the county to celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 951809. Please state your name, the agenda items you are addressing, and begin.
Hi, I'm Matt Buck. Item 7A. The California Apartment Association continues to sympathize with everyone impacted by the tragic firestorms that occurred in January. Throughout this emergency, CAA has repeatedly called for strict enforcement of the anti-price gouging law and reaffirmed our commitment to ethical rental practices. As we continue to rebuild and move forward, CAA respectfully requests that the county begin the process of phasing out the current Penal Code 396 declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector Ramirez, please state the agenda items you are addressing and begin. Hector Ramirez, please begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to thank each and every one of the Board of Supervisors for their dedicated work. Just witnessing the priorities that you are faced to burden and take care of right now, rather than all the fantastic work that each and every one of you have been planning and doing for your communities. I'm grateful that you create this space and make it accessible to our community. As community members that might not be familiar with processes or rules or becoming in crisis, I encourage perhaps to have some sort of support for those of the community members that are planning to speak who might get confused or might need some clarification. It's really important to make this a safe place as much as possible for everybody, particularly women and people fleeing domestic violence. I'm so thankful and grateful for each and one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy DeRose, please.
Taking my call. Thank you, Supervisors. I wanted to address both item 7A and 7B. While I can appreciate the need for anti-gouging restrictions following the devastating LA fires, the time has come to end this declaration, not to extend it. I'm a seasoned real estate professional. I've worked with mom and pop landlords and tenants alike. I can tell you that there are plenty of market rate rental properties currently available, and anyone asking too much for their property will find that they will need to reduce their asking price to market rents in order to fill their vacancies. The market will take care of itself at this juncture. Continuing to extend these restrictions will have a negative impact for both mom and pop landlords and tenants, which I do not have time to elaborate on at this moment, but equal importance is losing faith in granting emergency temporary restrictions when they extend beyond what would be considered temporary and reasonable. I therefore respectfully request that 7A be rejected at this time. Also on 7A, I'm sorry, 7B. Again, I recognize the good intent when declaring a state of emergency locally that will help bring resources to our area. However, it is imperative to use this power judiciously. By and large, the county experienced a storm that would not appear to be a devastating disaster compared to the LA fires and other disasters. The problem with declaring a state of emergency at this time is a bit like crying wolf. In addition, the other concerns is that the entire county is suddenly subject to all sorts of restrictions and moratoria with unintended consequences that get extended well into the next declared state of emergency. I respectfully request that 7B be rejected at this time as well, and I thank you very much for your time and allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Caller 310245, please state your name, the agenda items you are addressing, and begin.
Hi, I'm Mel Bailey, District 2, and general public comments. Just two inquiries. One, is there any update as relates to the street takeovers? We had an incident out here in our district, and I listened to you all weekly and just wanted to know were there any updates. And then secondarily, something that I've asked for a while is for an asbestos assessment with your county facilities and buildings, at least on behalf for your county employees as well as your county constituents that visit the county buildings. We have a good amount of buildings that are asbestos ridden, and just think that it would be in the best interest of everyone if those can be identified or evaluated and corrective action taking place. Other than that, thank you and happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for these items is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Joseph Ramos on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, speaking on agenda items 7A and 7B. AGLA strongly opposes yet another emergency declaration, this time based on the recent storm. In winter, storms are a common occurrence and not an emergency. The mudslides are contained to areas that had experienced the recent wildfires. Thus, any emergency ordinance that is needed should be a continuation of the wildfire emergency rather than a wholly new emergency based on an ordinary winter storm. These motions indicate a highly disturbing pattern by the supervisors to declare new emergencies at any time. They appear to be intentional and run around to state law to force all rental housing providers under rent restrictions by abusing an extraordinary power specifically reserved for rare emergency situations with massive impact. We urge the supervisors to reject both motions. At a minimum, we request that any motion that is passed contain a termination date of 10 business days as a duration for this new emergency. Such a date certain will provide the county sufficient time to qualify for additional funding without causing undue harm to rental housing providers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Heather Moore. I used to be a Tay Life coach at the Anti-Recidivism.
Pull it closer so we can hear you.
At the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Only to once consider that my community, I was severely betrayed, blacklisted, and targeted. I was terminated for lying, but I was told to lie about the progress of the kids. I believe in effective rehabilitation, as I myself do. I was sexually assaulted by my colleague, and I have been targeted since then. It seems as though the rehabilitation for them has gotten memorized. It's all just an act. It's just a repetitive thing, a series of repetitive curriculum that they learned to engrave and memorize and to fool everyone. Just think twice when it comes to the safety of your people. You guys are public servants, and I believe money is an issue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Can I ask someone over here? Can you raise your hand? And I'd like to get more information and we'll follow up with you. Over here, raise your hand. Yeah. What other item did you sign up for? Okay, add another minute.
Okay. So I am a domestic violence survivor. I provided my domestic violence information to St. Joseph, thinking that that's the program that I would be funded in. Unfortunately, my case manager decided to take it upon herself and put me in LASA. Within the year of where I was housed at, that they picked for me, I was harassed. They broke into my apartment. I was poisoned. I tried to make police reports, and sometimes, unless I went down to LAPD, I was able to make a police report. If they came to my apartment, the cops would look the other way. I've gone very public about my situation as best as I could on social media because it seems as though they just wanted to silence me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Abril Villanueva, General Public, resident of County District 2.
Madam
I'm here to
Chair,
request the Board of Supervisors
Can we
issue
request
a
someone
public
talk to the previous
statement.
We'll hold your time for a minute. I wanted someone, yeah, here he comes.
come
He's
and
walking
talk
down
to
the
her.
center aisle. I want someone to get your information.
Mine?
Okay, no.
Oh,
No, we're gonna reset your clock. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. It's your turn.
Oh,
Reset the clock, please, for her. Thanks.
Well, I'm here to request from the Board of Supervisors issue a public statement condemning Compton's failure to address hate speech and threats from Bishop Guillory, the chair of Safety Committee on the towards Latinos and undocumented residents. I have submitted emails, timeline, and screenshot of the threat of the current chair of the Safety Committee. I understand Compton is a charter city, but Compton remains subject to the county's part of the county, and racism is a public health crisis and a county-wide mandate to address systemic racism, hate rhetoric, and that damages our health and our trust in public institutions and public safety. So today I'm asking to please stand with the 70% of Compton residents who have been threatened with the immigration SAR to come and check our status. And just
I will be going to Washington to meet with the border czar to actually come down here and work in this community, ensuring that everybody that is here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Heather Varden, SEIU 721 steward representing frontline LASA employees. I'm here because the speed of this transition paired with the deep cuts being proposed are deeply alarming. The county agreed to only explore Charter Section 56 3/4 without any guarantee of a real transfer for the current frontline workforce. And while that uncertainty continues, major budget reductions are being pushed forward without a full understanding of which programs are actually solving homelessness. We still have not seen a staffing model, a clear HR process, or any plan ensuring service continuity. Today's budget conversations are critical, but without alternatives to the proposed deep cuts, the system will foil the very people it is meant to serve. When the workers who know the encampments, know the clients, and build the trust that leads to housing is pushed out, progress will reverse. More people will return to homelessness, more trauma will be created. Measure A promised.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Katie Shang, and I'm a LASA employee and union steward. I want to share an anecdote from a colleague who used the concierge service. My colleague applied for a county job and contacted DHR to request the concierge service. He was put in touch with the DHR analyst who met with him one-on-one. The analyst knew the point of contact for the job he applied to. She had even worked with him for 20 years, but was not allowed to contact the point of contact regarding my colleague's application. She then told him she didn't think he was a strong applicant and pointed him to a handful of jobs that were $20,000 to $30,000 less than his current salary. She also recommended an internship program, which again would require a huge pay cut and be a step down from his current position. The concierge is a welcome service. However, I use this example to illustrate that it does not in any material way prioritize LASA employees. It is not a transition plan and does a disservice to LASA employees to package it as such. Again, we are asking for Charter Section 56 3/4 to truly train.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lydia Schmitz, and I wanted to talk about the budget and where funds are going to be allocated because Housing First program in Salt Lake City was very successful. It had a 70% success rate. It was why the housing budget was awarded $250 billion, even though the economists only required $20 billion for the program. And so anyways, all this money is just being placed into Housing First was like put people in apartments first and then treatment. Housing first, then treatment. So the way LA is doing things is the complete opposite, and it's been proven to be ineffective. There's another way of doing things that is effective. So why is things being done the way that we know it doesn't work? It doesn't work to put people into shelters. It doesn't work to put people into these faulty treatment programs. It doesn't work. So why are we doing it that way when it's been proven, like with this program, like that it was 70% successful? That housing people first, putting people into apartments, putting people into homes first is what works, and then treatment, and then rehabilitation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, board. My name is Oscar Martinez. I'm continuing with the from the last week I stand up here right here. I comment, please, again, with sweep away everything that is corrupt inside the government unit of the Labor Commission under supervision of Steve Wagner. Look at this. He challenged me by denying me the collection process for a wage claim grant by a judge at the Stanley Mosque Superior Court of Los Angeles back in 2018. 2 months after I was awarded, I came to the Labor Commission to inquire about the collection for my award, and Rosa Murillo responded that they won't follow with the collection of my award, and if I had inquiries, I called Wagner. And Wagner said that he will follow his deputy's advice in the government unit, and if I want to collect my money, I should withdraw my claim and find someone else to help me to collect it. Well, I think I continue next week. This time is short, but it's terrible. It's critical. It's a criminal.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Where do you reside?
Where do you live? In downtown?
On 27th Street in Figueroa. I left a claim to, I left a claim with Holly Mitchell office to have assistance to have a look at this matter because there's a crime. Last week I come and told you about how it started back in 2015.
Then she has the information. We'll follow up, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Aya, and I want to live closer to my school. I miss taking the van with my friends to school and walking, and now I'm so far away from school, and I have a lot of some tests coming up, and next month or something, before winter break. And I'm 2 hours away, so I want to be moved closer to my school, and I want my friends to come over, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I wanted to speak on public comment. I just want to talk about how LA Family Holidays and Cheese and Chavez have been doing. So a lot of stuff have been happening. They had kicked us out of our hotel. It was raining. Our speaker got damaged. A lot of things of our equipment got messed up. Our speaker, it won't turn on. That was the only reason way for us to make money. We used to go to Hollywood because that's where they moved us over there by Hollywood to the Motel 6, and then so that's how we because we used to do karaoke. So now our speaker is damaged, and yeah. And I have shows and stuff like Debbie Allen Hot Chocolate Nutcracker, and it's coming up in 8 days. I have rehearsal to be today at 4:30, and I have to be here and stuff for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Frie, and in the rain, all the stuff, it got wet and stuff. And all of our speakers is damaged, so yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Ali, and when we was traveling at 7 in the morning, all of our stuff got wet. And then when we poured the water out, it was so much water coming out of it. And, yeah.
Thank you. Next.
Use the restroom. Say hi.
I didn't marry.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Lucia Stevenson. I'm here to talk about the tragedy that's been happening with my family over the last 3 years. Like I was saying, my children and I were forced out of family housing based on a lie. I've proven the lie over and over again. Not only did LA Family Housing move me to the house, but I moved all of my stuff in. My stuff is still at that house. I need my help getting my stuff retrieved. I also, like I said, my son is an amazing, talented young artist. All of them are. Ali, come back up here. Ali is wearing some of the art right now. It's Casey Tunes. They shouldn't have to go through this. So much of the art was damaged. They made us move from place to place. Every 14 days we've had to move, and I had a Section 8 voucher. It makes no sense that we had to do this, all based on me speaking up for myself and telling them that LA Family Housing, Comunidad Cesar Chavez, Hopix, and as well as Genesee Center, they put me out when my baby was 5 days old, all because I brought my elderly mother, who's 70-something years old and disabled, to come and live with us. At midnight, they were kicking us out and threw all of us out. I have all of that footage over the last several.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, so as you heard, some of the families, we've been going through this for the last 15 years. This is why LASA is defunded. This is why you have a new homeless system. I am tired of LASA denying us HMIS access as a nonprofit organization doing the groundwork. Many of the clients that come here, because they have, you fund systems that have failed. Catherine Barger, I need you to look at me. It's only 35 seconds. Because your office is deplorable when it comes to, except for Tyler Cash, he did try to help. But you are the richest district, so I don't expect you to understand what she's going through, but I do expect you to at least look at us and pretend that you care, okay? There are more things important than cigarettes and wine and salmon dinners. Okay, you have a responsibility to these constituents to make sure that they have free, fair, affordable housing and to respect the nonprofits that bring you the solutions and not give us the runaround. So Sarah Mahin, I hope that she actually has a different route.
Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Supervisor Mitchell, you wanted to say something?
Thank you very much. I do. First of all, to the 2nd District constituent who called about street takeovers, it will be up on our agenda next week. You know, it's an item that comes to us quarterly, and I hold it every meeting so we can get that update. Secondly, we all represent about 2.5 million people, and so when I get calls into my district, into my office, we prioritize 2nd District residents. So the caller who, for whatever reason, wants to ask me about black-on-black crime, he does not live in the 2nd District, so my office won't be responding. I'm not sure how he's going to get the information he seeks, but we won't be responding. I've got constituents that I'm responsible for responding to. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you. 4 and 5 on item 7A with Supervisor Barger abstaining from the vote. 7B, these items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now proceed with adjournments.
Supervisor Mitchell has an adjournment today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I know we don't usually do aims on this board meeting, but I hope as that all of us are Metro board members that you will join with me in this very tragic adjourn in memory. Today, colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Tanya Perry, a beloved mother and member of the Metro family. She was born on June 7th, 1975, and tragically passed away November 2nd at the age of 50. Ms. Perry lived in the city of Inglewood and joined Metro in 2023, quickly becoming a cherished presence at Division 7 in West Hollywood. She was known for her warmth, professionalism, and the genuine care she brought to her work every day. She served tens of thousands of customers on some of Metro's busiest lines and was deeply loved by her colleagues. She lit up the division with her smile and the sweet potato cupcakes she brought in to share with her team. Tragically, Ms. Perry's life was cut short when she was fatally struck by a hit-and-run driver while on a layover between routes in the Eagle Rock neighborhood of Los Angeles. Her sudden loss has deeply shaken the Metro staff and all who knew her. Her colleagues remembered her as someone whose positivity lifted every room she entered. Quote, Tanya had a beautiful smile, end quote, said smart TD Local 1565 President William Lucky. She was the kind of warm person who always had a hug for everyone that made your day better. Her positivity will be missed at Metro. Her sister, Tara Logan, shared with KTLA the profound grief felt by her family, saying, and I quote, my sister was a very loving person. She worked every day and inspired everyone around her. She also noted that Tanya had recently launched a baking business, Forever Sweets, a fitting reflection of the generosity and creativity she brought to her life and work. Ms. Perry is survived by and will be deeply missed by her 3 children, her mother, siblings, grandchildren, and a large extended family, as well as many friends and Metro customers. In honoring Ms. Tanya Perry today, we recognize not only her dedicated service, but also the light she brought to all who had the privilege of knowing her. May her memory be a blessing to her family, her colleagues, and the community she served with grace and devotion. I know a member of her family, her brother had intended to be here, but I don't think that they were perhaps able to join us, Madam Chair, but I hope that you will all join me in this adjournment.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that adjournment, Supervisor Mitchell. We will take the motion as seconded. If there's no objection to unanimous vote with all included on it, that will be the order. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS2, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, and item number CS3, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Joseph M. Nikita, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda. Back in time.
We are back in session. Executive Officer, please read the information coming out of closed session.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on November 25th, 2025. Item number CS2 and CS3. No reportable action was taken.
All right, that concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025 at 9:30 a.m., where Supervisor Hilda Solis will be taking over as the chair of this board. With that, have a happy Thanksgiving.